Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it, and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interest you have committed to us. Amen.
Item 1 on order paper, communication from Chair.
I have seen some important visitors in the gallery, but I don't have the notes about them. Can I be assisted, clerk? So we welcome the visitors in the gallery. Can you stand up for recognition, please? Yes. It's always a pleasure when we have young people visiting our proceedings. So, because one of you will be sitting here in the next few years. But my assistant will give me a proper introduction so that I know who they are and I introduce them properly in a short while. So, good morning, honorable members. Let us proceed.
Item 2 on the order paper, papers 1, report of the Committee on Legal Rules, Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community.
Chair, Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to lay on the table the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community. I beg to lay.
Still on the same item, Roman 2, report on the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the progress made in integrating administration of custom of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Customs Union.
Thank you, Chair, Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges. I now call the Chair, Committee on Trade and Investments.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to read the report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the progress made in integrating the administration of custom of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Custom Union. I beg to lay.
We proceed with item 3 on the order paper, report on the Committee of Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community by way of motion.
Chair, Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to move the motion under our rules of procedure, Rule 29, that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community be adopted. I beg to move. Thank you.
Seconders, Honorable Françoise, Honorable Thomas Duty, and all members standing. Honorable Chair Kennedy, please proceed and present the report.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Let me present the report. I'll begin from page 2 because the other pages are just preliminary pages of the report. 1, introduction.
Just 1 minute, Honorable Kennedy, before we proceed. I now have the identities of our visitors in the gallery so that I don't, no, you don't go away. I don't need to interrupt you later. So these are students from Peace House High School, which is in Ola City Ward in Arusha City. They are Form 3 and Form 1 students, right? Yes. So once again, I think you are accompanied by your teachers. So once again, we welcome you to Eala and to EAC. And as I said earlier, we are just holding these positions for you as you prepare to take them. This community belongs to the young people. And what we are doing is temporary, and get ready to assume your responsibilities when time comes. So thank you for your presence today. Now, Honorable, you can proceed.
Thank you once again. Headquarters of the organs and institutions of the East African Community. Article 1361 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community provides that the headquarters of the East African Community shall be in Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania. Article 136(2) empowers the Council of Ministers to establish such offices of the community in the partner states and elsewhere as it determines. The headquarters of the community and offices established host the organs and institutions of the community. The table below indicates the organs and institutions of the community and the host partner states. The United Republic of Tanzania, the East African Community Secretariat, the East African Court of Justice, and the East African Legislative Assembly, the East African Community Competition Authority, and the East African Community Kiswahili Commission. Republic of Uganda, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the East Africa Development Bank, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, and the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. Republic of Kenya, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission. Republic of Burundi, the East African Community Health Research Commission. Republic of Rwanda, the East African Community Science and Technology Commission. Immunities and privileges in the East African Community. Article 138 of the treaty provides for the status, privileges, and immunities of the East African Community. Specifically, Article 138 provides that the community shall enjoy international and legal personality. The Secretary General shall conclude with the government of the partner states in whose territory the headquarters of all offices of the community shall be situated. Agreements relating to the privileges and immunities to be recognized and granted in accordance with the community. Number 3, each of the partner states undertakes to accord to the community and its officers the privileges and immunities accorded to similar international organizations in its territory. The Secretary General concluded with the respective partner states the headquarters agreement relating to the privileges and immunities recognized and granted to the organs and institutions of the community. 1.3, the protocol on privileges and immunities of the East African community. In 2015, the East African community concluded a protocol on privileges and immunities of the East African community, whose objective is to standardize the status, privileges, and immunities to be accorded by partner states to the assets of the community wherever situated in the partner states and to the persons in the service of the community. The protocol is ratified by all partner states except the Republic of Burundi. However, I want to informally say that the Republic of Burundi has ratified the protocol recently. So this statement has been overtaken by events. So we have all the 6 partner states that have now ratified the protocol on privileges and immunities. Background. In October 2019 and November 2020, the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges conducted an activity to assess the compliance with the protocols and laws of the community by the institutions of the community. During that activity, the committee observed several issues relating to the status, privileges, and immunities accorded to the staff and assets of the institutions of the community. The issues observed include the following. The diplomatic statuses of some institutions were recognized only within the partner states where the institutions were hosted. There were disparities of the privileges accorded to different staff of the community depending on the respective headquarters agreements. Some partner states provide diplomatic passports to their nationals in the service of the community, while others do not. Some of the headquarters agreement needed to be reviewed and amended to be in line with the current developments. Some partner states were not provided equal treatment between their citizens in the service of the community and citizens from other partner states. Some partner states were delaying in refunding the value-added tax paid by institutions. And some institutions were required by the host governments to pay contributions for its staff to the National Social Security Fund. It is against this background that the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges resolved to conduct an assessment of the status, privileges, and immunities accorded to the organs and institutions of the partner states. The methodology. The assessment was conducted by the committee through physical engagement with the representatives of the organs and institutions and the relevant agencies of the governments of the host partner states. The committee was divided into 5 groups. Each group visited one of the 5 partner states that hosts the organs and institutions of the community. The Republic of South Sudan was not visited because there was no organ or institution hosted by that partner state. From the report, let's look at the United Republic of Tanzania. The headquarters of the East African community are situated in Arusha in the United Republic of Tanzania. Currently, the headquarters host the East African Secretariat, the East African Legislative Assembly, the East African Court of Justice, and the East African Competition Authority. The United Republic of Tanzania also hosts the East African Kiswahili Commission in Zanzibar, meeting with the organs and institutions hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania. The meeting between the committee and organs and institutions hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania was held in Dodoma on the 14th of September 2021. It was attended by the East African Court of Justice and the East African Kiswahili Commission. No reasons were communicated to the Assembly for the non-attendance of the East African Secretariat, the East African Competition Authority. Of course, Eala is the host, so we didn't mention it. 4.1.1.1, the East African Kiswahili Commission. The East African Kiswahili Commission started its operation in 2015 within the headquarters of the EAC in Arusha. Later on, its headquarters were shifted to Zanzibar. The revolutionary government of Zanzibar provided a building where the East African Kiswahili Commission started its operation. The status, privileges, and immunities accorded to the EAKC are provided by the headquarters agreement between the Secretary General and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, which was signed in 2015. The EAKC informed the committee they are comfortable with the agreement. However, they mentioned the following issues of concern: that the East African Kiswahili Commission operates with two revenue authorities, that is the Tanzania Revenue Authority and the Zanzibar Revenue Board. The procedures for the two authorities are not harmonized. Unrefunded VAT claims from TRA, which reached a total of 51,600 since 2015. The commission also informed the committee that staff of the East African community were entitled to 2 duty-free cars. However, of recent, they received communication that the number of cars has been reduced to 1. The East African Court of Justice. The registrar of the East African Court of Justice informed the committee that the court is housed at the EAC headquarters in Arusha. Therefore, its privileges and immunities are provided under the headquarters agreement signed between the Secretary General and the United Republic of Tanzania for the EAC headquarters in Arusha. He explained that the court faces the following 2 challenges: unrefunded VAT claims from the United Republic of Tanzania. Since 2015, the EACJ claims a total of Tanzanian shillings 278,335,416.05. The reduction of the number of cars that staff were entitled from 2 cars to 1 car, which means the EAC is now treated less favorable as compared to other similar organizations hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania. Meeting with the official from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania. On 15th of September 2021, the committee interacted with representatives from the Attorney General Chambers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and East African Cooperation, the President's Office Establishment, and the Ministry of Finance and Planning and the Tanzania Revenue Authority. The legal framework governing the status, privileges, and immunities of the East African community and staff, provisions of the Treaty of the Status, Privileges, and Immunities in Tanzania is governed by the following legal frameworks: the Constitution of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Vienna Convention and Diplomatic Relations, the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the Headquarters Agreement for the EAC Secretariat in Arusha, and the Kiswahili Commission in Zanzibar, the Diplomatic and Consular Immunities and Privileges Act and its regulations, the status, privileges, and immunities accorded to the organs and institutions of the EAC. The committee was informed that the United Republic of Tanzania signed the headquarters agreement with the Secretariat of the Permanent Tripartite Commission for the cooperation between the United Republic of Tanzania, the Republic of Kenya, and the Republic of Uganda on the 14th March 1996. The agreement was served upon the establishment of the East African Community under Article 142 of the treaty. Also, the government of the United Republic of Tanzania signed the headquarters agreement for the Kiswahili Commission located in Zanzibar. According to the agreements, the organs and institutions of the EAC enjoys the same status, privileges, and immunities accorded to other international organizations hosted by the United Republic of Tanzania. Treatment of international recruited staff from the Republic of Tanzania. Tanzanian citizens employed with the EAC offices in Arusha and Zanzibar are accorded the same immunities and privileges accorded to citizens from other partner states. The immunities accorded to Tanzanians are functional immunities. Traveling documents issued to Tanzanians working with organs and institutions of the community. Tanzanians in the service of EAC are given travel documents in accordance with the national laws. They are entitled to ordinary passports. VAT and other taxes paid by the organs. The EAC Secretariat, its properties, assets, income, and transactions are exempted from all direct taxation, including sales, customs duties, and VAT. Organs and institutions hosted by other partner states are also exempted from paying taxes when they are undertaking activities in the United Republic of Tanzania. Discussions. After the above presentation by the official from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, the participants discussed a number of issues relating to the status, privileges, and immunities accorded to EAC headquarters in Arusha and the EAC Kiswahili Commission in Zanzibar. The following are the key issues that arose during the discussion. The delay in the VAT refund by the government of Tanzania. It was noted that the government of the United Republic of Tanzania has not refunded VAT claims by the EAC Secretariat, the East African Court of Justice, the East African Legislative Assembly, and the East Africa Kiswahili Commission. The officials from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania informed the committee that sometimes organs and institutions do not attach the required documents while filing their claims. However, the United Republic of Tanzania is willing to engage with the EAC Secretariat to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Provisions of one duty-free card to staff and other people in the service of the community. It was noted that staff and other people in the service of the community were entitled to 2 duty-free cards, one of the staff and one for the spouse. However, recently there was a communication that the United Republic of Tanzania has reduced the number of duty-free cards to only 1. The exemption during the deregistration of cars by Tanzania in the service of EAC. It was noted that Tanzanians who are working with the EAC, including members of Eala, are entitled to duty-free cars. However, unlike their counterparts from other partner states, they are required to pay tax when they are deregistering their cars at the end of the service with the community. Response by the officials from the government of Tanzania. The officials from the United Republic of Tanzania acknowledged the above concerns and issues raised during the discussion. They indicated the willingness of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to engage with the EAC Secretariat to find an amicable solution. Recommendations by the meeting. The meeting resolved to recommend to the Secretary General to host a meeting with the official from the government of the United Republic of Tanzania to discuss the above mentioned issues and other related matters concerning the status, privileges, and immunities accorded to the East African community. The office of the Speaker, through its letter dated 18 October 2021, informed the Secretary General about the recommendation of the committee. The letter is annexed to this report. The Republic of Rwanda. The Republic of Rwanda hosts the East African Science and Technology Commission, ESTECO, in Kigali. Assessment of the immunities and privileges for ESTECO and persons in the service of the community in Rwanda. Pursuant to Article 138(2) of the Treaty on 25th February 2014, the Secretary General and the Republic of Rwanda concluded a headquarters agreement for ESTECO. Findings and observation of the committee. The legal frameworks governing the status, privileges, and immunity of ESTECO and staff. The legal framework governing the privileges and immunities for organ and institution of EAC in Rwanda is contained in the following instruments: the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the Headquarters Agreement for East African Science and Technology Commission, the East African Community Staff Rules and Regulations, the Protocol for the Establishment of ESTECO, the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, the East African Financial Rules and Regulations. The status, privileges, and immunities accorded to ESTECO. The ESTECO headquarters is inviolable and under the control and authority of the Commission. That's Article 3(1). Rwanda does not censor official correspondence, communications of the Commission, publications, documents, visual aids, still and moving pictures, films, sound recordings, and other scientific recordings for the work of the Commission. Article 5.2. Rwanda grants the right of entry, residence, sojourn, and transit to the following persons for proper performance of their function. That's Article 6. Members of staff of the Commission and their families, consultants employed by the Commission, staff of the Secretariat at the community, experts assigned to perform functions on behalf of the Commission, persons other than members of the staff of the Commission assigned who carry out their functions of the community, representatives of governments attending meetings organized by the Commission, and all other persons invited by the Commission, any representative of the media whom the Commission decides to accredit after due consultation with the government. D, representatives of partner states attending meetings convened by the Commission while exercising their functions and during their journeys to and from the place of such meetings enjoy the following immunities and privileges. Article 7. Inviolability for papers and documents, the right to use codes and to receive papers or correspondence by courier or sealed bags, exemption from immigration, restrictions, alliance registration, or national service obligation in the exercise of their functions, the same facilities in respect of currency exchange restriction as are accorded to representatives of foreign governments on temporary official mission, and the same immunities and facilities in respect of the personal baggage as are accorded to members of comparable ranks at diplomatic missions. Members of staff of the Commission are immune from legal process in respect of words spoken, written, and all acts performed by them in the course of their duties. Immune from inspection and seizure of their personal and official baggage unless there are serious grounds for presuming that it contains articles, the imports or exports of which is prohibited by the laws or controlled by the quarantine regulations of the Republic of Rwanda. Exempt from taxation on the salaries and emolument paid to them by the Commission. Immune, together with the members of their families, from immigration restrictions, alien registration, and from national service obligations. Have the right to purchase ex-born or import free of duty their furniture, effects, and other articles for personal use, including articles intended for their establishment. That is Article 8. The Executive Secretary, the Deputy Executive Secretary, and the professional staff of the Commission have the right to import or purchase household and personal effects, including one car free of duty and VAT and withholding tax within 90 days of their first arrival in Rwanda, or such a longer period not exceeding 12 months from the date of their arrival. The Republic of Rwanda considers and treats the East African Community as an international organization and applies and implements for the EAC the privileges and immunities applicable to international organizations. The EAC is not considered a diplomatic mission, and as such, it is not enjoined with immunities and privileges of diplomatic missions, including those implemented by Rwanda under the Vienna Convention for diplomatic missions. Consequently, the vehicles for the Commission and staff of the Commission cannot therefore be registered with diplomatic number plates, since they are reserved for diplomatic missions and staff of the diplomatic missions. ESTECO has not been able to register the official vehicle of the East Africa of the Executive Secretary, since the office does not have a substantive holder, and the only available registration for international organization and staff of international organization is the IT registration as opposed to diplomatic registration. Staff of ESTECO in Rwanda use vehicles with diplomatic plate number TCD registered in the United Republic of Tanzania. Treatment of international recruited staff from Rwanda in comparison with the staff from other partner states. According to Article 8.4 of the Headquarters Agreement, Rwanda nationals working for Esteko do not enjoy the following privileges. Their salary are not exempted from taxation. However, Esteko confirmed that although the agreement does not exempt Rwandan nationals from taxation, in practice, the government does not implement this provision. Rwandan nationals are not entitled to the same repatriation facilities in time of crisis as staff of diplomatic missions, together with their spouses and members of their families. Rwandan nationals do not have the right to purchase ex-born or import free of duty their furniture, effects, and other articles for personal use or for use of the members of families, including articles intended for their establishment. Rwandan nationals do not have the right to import or purchase household and personal effects, including one car free of duty, VAT, and withholding tax within 90 days of their employment with Esteko. Traveling documents issued to Rwandans working with AAC. Rwandans in the service of the community are given ordinary and diplomatic passports for members of the assembly and executive. Rwandans who are professional officers in the service of the community are given diplomatic passport on request and upon application to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. VAT and other taxes paid by Esteko and other organs and institutions undertaking activities in Rwanda. The EAC institution hosted in Rwanda exempted from the following: all tax and property income and official transaction except charges on public utility services. Custom duties on imports and exports in respect of goods imported or exported by the community for its official use, and such exemption must not be for sale. The value-added tax and withholding tax-free on all goods bought for official use by the Commission and its professional staff, except Rwandan nationals employed by the community. Esteko confirmed to the committee that the authorities in Rwanda promptly refund the VAT as provided for in the headquarters agreement. Review of the headquarters agreement. It is necessary to amend the headquarters agreement to remove the restrictions on Rwandan nationals that are not contained in Article 8.4 to facilitate Rwandan nationals employed by Esteko to enjoy similar privileges and immunities accorded to their colleagues from other EAC partner states employed by the Commission. Recommendation. In light of the above observations, the committee recommends as follows: that the Secretary General should engage with the relevant authorities in the Republic of Rwanda in order to facilitate the registrations of vehicles for the Commission and staff of the Commission in Rwanda. The Secretary General should initiate the negotiation for amendment of the headquarters agreement to remove the restrictions on Rwanda nationals that are contained in Article 8.4 of the agreement. That the government of Rwanda to consider providing diplomatic passports to all professional staff of Rwandan nationality in service of the community to facilitate their travel consistently with their offices as international civil servants, and to the council should fast track the recruitment of the executive secretary and the deputy executive secretary to avert the leadership vacuum that occurs at the commission. The Republic of Burundi. The Republic of Burundi hosts the East African Health Research Commission in Bujumbura. The committee in Burundi was also required to follow up on the status of ratification of the Protocol on Privileges and Immunities. Therefore, the committee visited the ministry responsible for EAC affairs, the ministry responsible for foreign affairs, the ministry responsible for defense, and the ministry responsible for justice. Also, the committee held an interactive engagement with stakeholders to discuss the privileges and immunities accorded to EAHRC and other persons in the service of EAC. Findings and observations of the committee. Ratification of the Protocol on Privileges and Immunities. The Protocol on Privileges and Immunities was adopted by the Burundi Cabinet meeting held on 12 December 2015, and the process of ratification is at an advanced stage because all the responsible ministries express their consent to its ratification. Privileges and immunity accorded to EAHRC. The headquarters agreement between the government of the Republic of Burundi and the East African Community for the hosting of the East African Health Research Commission was signed on the 27th of June 2015 and entered into force the same day. The agreement is being implemented to the fullest. Matters related to privileges and immunities in Burundi are governed by the Vienna Convention, the treaty, and other recognized instruments. Members of the East African Health Research Commissions enjoy all the privileges and immunities provided in the agreement except Burundi nationals who only enjoy some of the privileges as specified in Article 7. The Commission is proposing for the review of the agreement to provide for equal treatment of all staff regardless of their origin. Foreign staff of EACHRC faced some challenges that affected their rights due to restriction occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, especially on their return from missions abroad. Burundian staff are not recognized as diplomats like their counterparts from other partner states. The privileges of diplomats and their dependents in Burundi are accorded in accordance with the type of the document the person holds, diplomatic or ordinary passport. Some government authorities, including the Burundi Revenue Authority, ignores the privileges and immunities accorded to the East African Health Research Commission. The Office of the East African Court of Justice Sub-Registry in Burundi is governed by a memorandum of understanding signed in 2013. Hence, it's not accorded privileges and immunities. There is need for these premises to be protected like other diplomatic offices. Recommendation. The Republic of Burundi should expedite the process of rectification of the protocols on privileges and immunity to allow its operationalization. The Republic of Burundi should accord equal treatment to all diplomats irrespective of the organization they are working for. The Republic of Burundi to instruct all governments, organizations, especially the Revenue Authority, to respect and consider the privileges and immunities accorded to regional and international organizations hosted in Burundi, especially with regard to tax exemptions. The Council of Ministers should categorize the status of people in service of the community and give guidance on the type of travel documents that should be given to each category. The EAC partner states should harmonize and standardize payment, stock charges of COVID-19 tests and other practice that preserve the dignity that all diplomats deserve. The Republic of Kenya. The Republic of Kenya hosts the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, which is located in Kisumu along the Lake Victoria. The committee interacted with officials from the ministry responsible for EAC affairs, foreign affairs, finance, and the Kenya Revenue Authority. Lake Victoria Basin Commission. The Lake Victoria Basin Commission is an institution of EAC established by Article 33 of the Protocol for Sustainable Development of the Lake Victoria Basin, which was signed on October 29, November 2003. Its headquarters agreement was signed in 2007 between the Republic of Kenya and the East Africa Community. It accords most of the required immunities to the Commission and its staff. However, the privileges accorded are not similar with the privileges accorded to staff of other organs and institutions of the EAC hosted by other partner states. Tax exemptions. The committee was informed that the Commission is exempted from VAT, excess duty, and customs duty on goods and equipments imported or purchased for its official use, provided that such goods and equipment shall not be sold within the Republic of Kenya, except in accordance with the conditions agreed with the government. The committee was informed that Article 4, Sub-Article 4 of the agreement disadvantages the Commission as it does not benefit on exemption on VAT, charges on services, which is accorded to other EAC institutions. Additionally, Lake Victoria Basin Commission is not exempted from excise duty as accorded to other institutions of EAC. EAC institutions benefit from exemption of all direct taxation, including VAT and customs duties on imports, property, assets, income, and transactions. However, consultants and contractors contracted by Lake Victoria Basin Commission to provide services are not exempted from paying the various taxes. The Kenya Revenue Authority informed the committee that the Lake Victoria Basin Commission should be seeking exemptions to purchase of goods and service to avoid tax. KRA further requests the commission to provide details on claims that were filed but not yet refunded. Immunities and facilities accorded to the official representatives. The Article 7 of the Headquarters Agreement provide for the government undertaking in relations to privileges, immunities, and facilities accorded to representatives of the Commission. Article 7 provides as follows. The government undertakes to accord the following privileges, immunities, and facilitations to the representatives or delegates of any partner state, institutions of the community, and of any other international organization or institutions other than Kenyan nationals with respect to the performance of their official duties in connection with the work of the Commission. The committee was informed that the Headquarters Agreement for other organs and institutions of the EAC do not provide a blanket exclusion clause and differential treatment for nationals of the host country when referring to privileges according to official representatives of the institutions and organs, because all officials are working for the same organ and institution. Disparity under Sub-Article 7. Lake Victoria Basin Commission informed the committee that the Headquarters Agreement applies an exclusion clause and different treatment for Kenyan nationals as compared to other EAC institutions, regardless the fact that all staff are internationally recruited to work for the community. The Lake Victoria Basin Commission is therefore proposing an amendment to the Headquarters Agreement to accord the Kenyan nationals similar privileges and immunities that are accorded to nationals of other partner states. The representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed the committee that the Headquarters Agreement of other international organizations hosted to that extent do not extend any known privileges to Kenyan staff working in such organizations. Diplomatic status of staff of the commission. The committee was informed that Lake Victoria Basin Commission and some of its staff enjoy complete diplomatic status through the provision of exemptions, work permits to Kenyan national staff, provision of diplomatic identity cards, provision of diplomatic number plates for professional staff who imported duty-free cars, and waiver of parking, stock airport entry fee at the airport and town areas. Most of the international recruited professional staff will be holders of diplomatic passports from their countries. However, the Kenyan internationally recruited staff are not entitled to diplomatic passports. They are therefore served and treated as ordinary people at exit stock entry points in partner states and beyond, while their fellow staff of the same or even lower position are treated as diplomats. Lake Victoria Basin Commission requests the Republic of Kenya to consider providing diplomatic passports for its national working with organs and institutions of the community. The representative of the government of Kenya informed the committee that the Kenyan staff working at LVBC are not entitled to diplomatic passports. It was, however, promised that Kenya may consider alternative administrative arrangements such as the issuance of laissez-faire. The Republic of Uganda. The Republic of Uganda is the headquarters for Kasowa, the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the East African Development Bank, and the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The activity was attended by all institutions hosted by the Republic of Uganda except the East African Development Bank. Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is an institution of the EAC provided for under Article 9.3 of the treaty. It was established by the Convention for the Establishment of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, signed on the 30th of June, 1994, by the contracting parties, namely the Republic of Kenya, the Republic of Uganda, and the United Republic of Tanzania. Upon the establishment of the EAC on 30th June 1990, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization became a specialized institution of the community. The convention was reviewed in 2016 to expand the mandate and scope to include all EAC water bodies and all partner states. Headquarters Agreement for LVA4. The headquarters agreement with the Republic of Uganda was signed as part of the Convention for establishing the LVFO in 1994. It provides for the following privileges and immunities. Immunity from every form or legal process except insofar as in any particular case the organization has expressed waived immunity. Immunity from such requisition, confiscation, expropriation, and any other form of interference. Freedom to hold funds or currency of any kind, to operate accounts in any currency, to transfer funds or foreign currency within the host state or abroad, and to convert any foreign currency into any local currency, any other currency. Freedom from censorship of the official correspondence and the official communication, exemption from all direct and indirect taxes on the property, income, and official transaction of the organization, except taxes that are no more than charges for service rendered, and exemption from customs duties and prohibitions and restrictions on imports and exports in respect of article imported or exported by the organization or on publication issued by the organization for official purposes. The host state shall exercise due diligence to ensure that the security and tranquility of the premises of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization are not in any way impaired, and shall, at the request of the Executive Secretary of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, provide police protection where necessary. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization shall enjoy for its official communication treatment not less favorable than that accorded to other international organizations or host states in the matter of priorities and rates for mails, cables, telephone, and other communications. Observation from the enforcement of these privileges. The privileges and immunities accorded to LVFO are her professional staff, and her professional staff are similar to those accorded to other similar international organizations in the country. Challenges faced with the handling or enforcement of the privileges and immunities. Delays in the reimbursement of VAT claimed by LFVO. This receivable has increased from $80,701 by June 2020 to $88,158.38 by June 2021. That is an increment of 9%. Previously, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization professional staff were accorded diplomatic number plates for their motor vehicles. However, from 2016, the diplomatic number plates are given only to executives, while other staff are given red number plates for their cars. They imported duty-free. This is contrary to what is stipulated in the convention. Recommendations. The government of Uganda communicated to accounting officers in ministries, departments, and agencies to exempt all activities implemented on donor-funded projects from VAT. The government of Uganda is requested to treat Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization in the same way as donor-funded projects. The EAC and the Republic of Uganda should resolve the issue of diplomatic number plates and identify cards for professional staff of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency. The Kasowa was established by the Council of Ministers on 18th of April 2007. At the beginning of its operation, it was hosted at the EAC headquarters in Arusha until 2010, when it was moved to Entebbe, Uganda. The headquarters agreement. The headquarters agreement for Kasowa entered into force on the 12th of February 2010. There is no need for review at the moment. Status of the agency under Article 4 of the agreement. The agency, its property asset, shall enjoy immunity from every form of legal process, except insofar as in any particular case it has expressly waived its immunity. It is, however, understood that the waiver of immunity shall extend to any measures of execution of a court order. The property and assets of the agency shall be immune from such requisition, confiscation, or expropriation, and any judicial or legislative action. The archives of the agency, and in general all documents belonging to or held by it, wherever located, shall be inviolable. The agency, its property, assets, income, and transactions shall be exempt from all direct taxation, including VAT and customs duties on imports of its official use. The agency may hold funds and operate accounts in any currency. Staff of Kasowa. The staff of Kasowa are accorded the following: immune from legal process in respect of what's spoken or written or all acts performed by them in the course of duty. Immune from inspection and seizure of their personal and official baggage unless there are serious grounds for presuming that it contains articles, the imports or exports of which is prohibited by the law or controlled by quarantine regulations of the Republic of Uganda. Exemption from taxation on the salaries and an emolument paid to them by the agency. Immune, together with the members of their families, from immigration restrictions, alien registration, and from national service obligations. Accorded the same privileges in respect of exchange control facilities as are accorded to officials of comparable ranks in diplomatic missions. Given together, their spouses and members of their families the same repatriation facilities in times of crisis as staff of diplomatic mission. Entitled to purchase ex-born and import-free of duty their furniture, effects, and other articles for personal use or use of the members of their families, including articles intended for the establishment, provided that the articles so imported shall not be sold or otherwise disposed of in Uganda. The committee was informed further that Kasowa organizational setting is rather unique and different from other institutions of EAC, such as it is regarded as a diplomatic and at certain higher level than the UN offices in Uganda. Challenges relating to privileges and immunities for Kasowa. Professional staff from Uganda are exempted from paying taxes. However, they pay duties for cars and do not enjoy all privileges and immunities according to Kasowa. Delay in getting VAT exemption certificates, which causes delay in getting the monthly VAT returns from URA. Recommendations. The East African community sold streamlined privileges for all professional staff, including those from the host partner states, to acquire diplomatic status, both identity cards and car number plates, and Uganda Revenue Authority should speed up the process of acquiring a VAT exemption certificate to Kasowa to get monthly VAT returns. The Inter-University Council for East Africa. The Inter-University Council for East Africa was established by the Protocol for the Establishment of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, concluded in 2002, and the Inter-University Council for East Africa Act passed in 2009. The Headquarters Agreement. The Headquarters Agreement between the Republic of Uganda and the Secretary General for the ISEA was signed on 13th of September 2002. There is a need to review and amendment of the agreement to address some critical issues affecting the operation of ISEA. Immunities to ISEA in respect to its property, funds, and assets. Immunity from every form of legal process, except insofar as in any particular case, the Council may expressly waive the immunity. Immunity from search, requisition, confiscation, expropriation, and other forms of interference. Freedom to hold funds or currency of any kind, to operate accounts in any currency, to transfer funds or foreign currency within the Republic of Uganda or abroad, and to convert any foreign currency into any currency. Freedom from censorship of official correspondence and other communication, exemption from direct and indirect tax on property income and official transactions, and exemption from customs duties and prohibitions, and restrictions on imports and exports in respect of articles imported and exported. Immunities, privileges, and facilities accorded to official representative. Immunity from personal arrest or detention and seizure of their personal baggage, except in the case of flagrancy. Immunity from legal processes of any kind in respect of words spoken or written and all acts done by them in their official capacity. Inviolability for all papers and documents, and exemption in respect of themselves and their spouses from immigration restrictions, alien registration, and national service obligations. Privileges and immunity granted to the Executive Secretary, Deputy Executive Secretary, and professional staff. Immunity from personal arrest or detention and seizure of their personal baggage except in the case of flagrancy. Immunity from legal process of any kind in respect of what's spoken or written and all acts done by them in their official capacity. Inviolability for all papers and documents, exemption from taxation on the salaries and their emoluments, immunity together with their spouses and dependents from immigration restrictions, alien registration or national service, together with their spouses and dependents, the same repatriation facilities in times of crisis as officials of comparable ranks of diplomatic missions and international organizations. The same privileges in respect to exchange facilities as are accorded to officials of similar international organizations and diplomatic missions, and the right to import duty-free personal effects, including furniture and one car. Challenges in relation to the privileges and immunities of ISAIA. The Republic of Uganda has been demanding ISAIA to contribute to the National Social Security Fund for its staff, while contrary to the EAC staff rules and regulations, which provide for payment of gratuity. Delay of VAT refund from URA, there is the denial or special consideration of assets transfer for professional staff relocating from Uganda back to their partner states at the end of their tenure of service to the community. Most staff are charged taxes on their cars. Interaction with the Uganda government officials. The committee had an interactive meeting with the official from URA, the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. During the meeting, the committee raised the following concerns: that the EAC institutions located in Uganda face a challenge of non-payment or partial payment of tax refund from URA, and this greatly affects the operations of the institutions. The official from URA responded that with the installation of the new IFRI system, the outstanding refund invoices for the different institutions will be urgently dealt with to solve the problem of a delayed payment of returns. The committee raised a concern regarding the visa entry charges subjected to South Sudan nationals entering Uganda. The EAC Council of Ministers directed the partner states not to charge visa fee for persons traveling from South Sudan entering Uganda and vice versa. However, up to date, this directive has not been implemented in both partner states. Additional nationals from the Republic of South Sudan have continuously raised complaints regarding the disconnection of their SIM cards after 3 months, and acquiring new ones is so costly. The representative from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Directorate of Immigration Control responded as follows: that the Republic of Uganda has sent a letter of notification to the Republic of South Sudan, alerting them of Uganda readiness to enact the regulation, and they are still waiting for their responses. And that regarding the issue of acquiring a study permit, the representative from immigration stated that the laws of Uganda require students to acquire work permits free of charge, and students found studying without work permits are penalized. I think it should be study permits, not work permit. That's a typing error. Observations of the committee. There is a disparity and lack of harmonization of privileges and immunities accorded to the institutions by the Republic of Uganda. The demand for an NSSF contribution for the staff of ISAIA is contrary to the EAC staff rules and regulations. The issues between the Republic of Uganda and the Republic of South Sudan need to be resolved by the two partner states. Recommendation. The committee recommends to the Republic of Uganda to engage with the Secretary General together with the institutions to address various issues relating to privileges and immunities accorded to the institutions in Uganda. To engage with its relevant authorities to address the issues of NSSF for the staff of ISAIA, and to engage with the Republic of South Sudan to resolve issues concerning the two partner states reported in this report. I think this one has been overtaken also by event. General observation. There is a disparity and non-harmonized privileges and immunities according to the organs and institutions of the community by various partner states and even by the same partner state. Many partner states accord one duty-free card to staff working with the organs and institutions of the community. However, there is need to provide for two cards, one for the staff and another for the spouse and their family. There are disparities in the issuance of travel documents by partner states to their citizens who are working with the EAC, a situation that creates different status to the staff of the EAC, especially when traveling within and beyond the EAC. Some organs and institutions delay in submitting their VAT claims to the relevant revenue authorities, a situation that contributes to the delay of VAT refunds from partner states. This is in regard to institutions of the EAC. They don't submit their VAT refunds to the revenue authorities in time. So sometimes that's the cause of the delay in refunding the VAT. Operationalization of the protocol on privileges and immunity will help to address some of the challenges and disparities relating to the provision of privileges and immunities to the organs and institutions of the community. Delayed remittances of VAT refund by partner states affects the budget and implementation of various plans and programs of organs and institutions of the community. There is no system, stock instrument to facilitate organs and institutions to claim for VAT and other taxes paid while undertaking activities outside the partner state hosting them. EAC is not considered a diplomatic mission in Rwanda, and as such, a STECO is not accorded a diplomatic status, but it is considered as international organization. Hence, it does not enjoin with immunities and privileges of diplomatic missions, including those implemented by Rwanda under the Vienna Convention. Consequently, vehicles for the Commission and its staff cannot therefore be registered with the diplomatic number plates. STECO and its staff use vehicles with diplomatic number plates, TCD, registered in the United Republic of Tanzania. The committee therefore recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to direct the Secretary General to fast-track the review and implementation of the Headquarters Agreement for the Inter-University Council of East Africa, the East Africa Science and Technology Commission, the East Africa Health Research Commission, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, and the Lake Victoria Basin Commission to address all the challenges that are reported in this activity. Direct the Republic of Burundi to fast-track the process of ratification of the Protocol on Privileges and Immunity. Direct partner state with outstanding VAT claims to pay the VAT and other taxes claimed. Harmonize the provision of travel documents to staff of the community by specifying the categories of staff and traveling documents to their entitled. Actually, there was a suggestion that the EAC Secretariat should produce passports for its staff and persons working here, all as a face, to allow that harmonized system of acquiring travel documents. Consider issuing travel documents to the staff and other people in the service of the community. In short term, the council may consider issuing laissez-faire. Direct the Secretary General to always engage with partner states to discuss issues relating to privileges and immunities according to the organs and institutions of the community. Direct the Secretary General to engage with the Republic of Rwanda on the diplomatic status and privileges of STECO as an institutions of the community, consistent with the status accorded to EAC and its institutions in other partner states. Direct the Secretary General to engage immediately with the United Republic of Tanzania to address the challenges and issues highlighted in this report. Thank the United Republic of Tanzania for its willingness to engage with the Secretary General to resolve all the challenges reported during this activity. Prepare regulations and guidelines to facilitate organs and institutions to claim of VAT and other taxes paid while undertaking activities outside the host partner state. Direct the Secretary General to review, reconcile, and harmonize the existing headquarters agreement with the host partner state to ensure that there are no disparities and differences in treatment of the institutions and persons in the service of the community. Direct organs and institutions to always comply with the relevant laws and submit their VAT claims on time. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, for listening. It was going to be a very big report. The committee has to work tirelessly to reduce this report to this size. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kennedy. Can the microphone be switched off? Yeah, and when Honorable Mukuria says laissez-faire, he means laissez-passer. Is that so, Honorable Victor? Laissez-passer. So wherever you heard laissez-faire, take it as laissez-passer, which is a travel document, another form of a travel document. I also want to inform you that I'm further informed that students and their teachers visiting us today actually have been invited by Honorable Pamela. And we thank her for that. Honorable members, I now want to propose a motion. And the motion before the House is that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community be adopted. Debate is open. Honorable Victor, Honorable Claude, Honorable Thomas Duty, Honorable Momamo, Honorable Francoise. Let me repeat. Honorable Pamela, Honorable Victor, for obvious reasons, before your visitors can leave. Honorable Pamela, Honorable Victor, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Kimbisa, and we shall have enough time for everyone. Just relax. Yes, let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to pose my comments onto this report. And also thank you for allowing me to bring the students who wanted to visit this house and understand the work of the assembly, and as well understanding on what is happening at the EAC. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put just 2 comments on this report which was tabled. One, we've seen this big challenge which is happening to almost every institution and organs of the community, that there is a diversion of the implementation of the policies and protocols, and as well the treaty. So my recommendation will be that we recommend that the EAC department, which is responsible on the issues to do with the harmonization of policies and some guidelines, to fast track their process, because we have realized that there are some issues which were raised by some institutions, but it's because these policies are not yet harmonized. So we need to push for that, so that every institution and organ of this community enjoy the privileges and immunities. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, it is the issue to do with the awareness or information to the implementers of this policy. We have realized that in most cases, we have staff at our institutions who are not well informed about what is happening at the EAC. So we need more capacity building to the implementers. We need to create more awareness on what's happening to the community, specifically to, using our own laws, making that everyone who is supposed to implement the laws of the community understand them well without diverting their meaning. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. Honorable Victor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the floor. As a member of this committee on legal, I raised to support the report because I own it as a member with members of the committee, but also I have some highlights to do on this report. Right Honorable Speaker, the East African community has a huge legal framework that governs the functioning of the organs and of institutions. However, as it is said in the report, it is observed some of the laws, regulations, and protocols. If you do not find they are conflicting, you find that they're somehow ambiguous. The example is given where the headquarters agreements do not match with Article 139 of the treaty, which is more clear as far as immunities and privileges to be accorded to the personnel of ESC are concerned. There is a double standards when it comes to equal treatment of the staff of the community in various partner states. In some partner states, and as indicated in the report, some partner states do not accord full privileges to the ESC personnel. Some will tell you that nobody can be a diplomat in his own country. Others will tell you that privileges are only accorded to those holding diplomatic passports. And yet, the treaty is very clear when it comes to these privileges. And from this perspective, a question raises: who is entitled to scrutinize and interpret ESC laws, regulations, protocols, agreements, to cross-check the gaps or loopholes of this instrument vis-a-vis the mother law, which is the East African Community Treaty? Is it the office of the clerk, the CTC, sorry? Is it the East African Court of Justice? Here I would seek the clarification from the Council. Coming back to double standards that are observed on equal treatment of all staff of the community, I would suggest that this August House to urge the Council of Ministers to not only to review the host agreements, but also to put in place harmonized mechanisms that allow staff members of the community to enjoy fully the immunities and privileges as stated and provided by Article 139 of the treaty. With this few, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Victor. And indeed, I hope CTC is taking note, because at some point I will ask you to provide some legal clarity on these issues. So we should get prepared for that. Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, in allowing me to contribute to this motion and this report. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the members of this committee and the chair in presenting this comprehensive report on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community. Honorable Speaker, I want to draw to your attention, I looked at the first table on page 2 about partner states and the organizations they are hosting. And I just want to attract the attention of this House that United Republic of Tanzania and the Republic of Uganda are hosting the highest number of institutions. And if you look at the Republic of Kenya, it's hosting 2, Burundi 1, Republic of Rwanda 1, and the Republic of South Sudan 0. It's not even in the list. So I think in the next coming up institutions, I think there must be a fair sharing of institutions to partner states who are not well represented. Thank you. That's my first intervention, Chair. I want to acknowledge that members of this committee have really tackled this issue of immunities, that many institutions, when we interact with them, they keep on complaining, particularly issuance of diplomatic passport. When we do an oversight activities, when we were in the legal committee, I was in legal committee, most of these things have been raised, but I think now we are on the right track. We have a consolidated report analyzing all the challenges on immunities and privileges. Honorable Speaker, one thing I want to ask the council members and the committee, just to clarify, is issue of refund of VAT. I think this is a very, very common challenge in all partner states, and both at the institutional level and at personal level. There is a lot of delays in refunding money to members and to the institution in terms of providing or refunding money. And I don't know whether it's the systemic issue or is about the law. Could be is an area that the council members need to look into details why this has become a trend in terms of delay. And I'm informed when a country accumulates the high amount of VAT, they are likely to be waived, which is a loss to the community, because the community is struggling with a lot of to fund its activities. Honorable Speaker, the issue of differential treatment to staff, and I have not interacted with the immunities and privileges documents, and I wanted to understand, could be the committee should clarify why all nationals are denied diplomatic passport and other privileges and opportunities. Because when you look at the report, all partner states don't treat their nationals working with the organs and institutions of East Africa community. Is it that we are overblowing the story or their concerns, or it is within their domestic law? Could be we don't need to overemphasize where the trend and it's a practice across the board that national staff who are working with organs and institutions, that they are not entitled. One time we interacted with a senior officer in the University Council who informed us his partner state declined to provide a diplomatic passport, and he's working in Uganda. And I thought that was a very glaring incident where the partner state is a bit irresponsible in providing a diplomatic passport to a very senior person from their country. Could be the other challenges. And the other issue I want to understand is delayed ratification of these immunities, documentation of immunities and privilege by partner states. Particularly Burundi has been singled out to have delayed the ratification and finalization, and not ratification, finalization of the privileges and immunities and to other people. Honorable Speaker, I want to single out on page 12 on the privileges and immunities according to East Africa Health and Research Commission on 7, it says the privileges of diplomats and their dependents in Burundi are accorded in accordance to the type of document the person hold, diplomatic or ordinary. I needed some clarification on that because I think once you are employed or your spouse is employed, there are privileges and immunities that you are accorded without differentiation. Could be, I think we need to understand it better. In terms of recommendation, recommendation 4.323 sub 4 says the Council of Ministers should categorize status of people in the service of the community and give guidance on the type of travel documents that should be given to each category. I think it's not to categorize, it's to consult, could be with the partner states on how to harmonize some of these categories of travel documents to different groups so that there is a shared understanding of all this, and they should have some standardized form or standardized privileges and immunity accorded to staff of other organs and institutions. Honorable Speaker, I felt that sometimes it could be us as Eala members, could be some of, we have not appreciated how this actually, these impunities and privileges are implemented at the national level. Because sometimes what we recommend could be, is not based on an informed position, because sometimes we ask things that could be, look like an obvious, that we are making it a bit, might be a bit complicated. I was reading this article 4.412 on page 13, which says immunity and facilities accorded to the official representative. And when you read that article, what the Kenya government has offered is the government undertakes to accord the following privileges, immunities, and facilitation to representative or delegates of any partner state institution of the community and of any international organization or institution other than Kenya national, with respect to performance of their official duties in connection with the work of the commission. Honorable Speaker, when I looked at it, could be things that we need to look at and appreciate is what when a national is working in their own country and the country laws is not harmonized with our immunities and privileges law, then it becomes a bit chaotic for the nationals working in that area, because any national who is working with an international organization or the community, in my view, is entitled to benefits and privileges accruing from that position, unless you have been seconded to that institution by the partner state in that respective institution. Unless, if you are employed by that institution, could be at a lower level, could be you're not entitled to immunities and privileges. Could be we need to segregate the type of agreement, type of contracts given to the nationals in different partner states so that we don't mix things. I'm not in the view of informing the House that could be they should be discriminated. I'm far from that. I'm only saying that could be we might not have understood the nature of their contract and how their contract has been crafted to provide them some immunities and privileges. Honorable Speaker, the other thing I also looked at is the issue of Rwanda in terms of not providing the necessary immunities and privileges to the staff of the East Africa Science and Technology Commission. And I wanted to understand why. Rwanda is a country that respects the rules of law, respect human rights, and other privileges and benefits accruing to other international staff on diplomatic circle. Why particular East Africa Science and Technology Commission, particularly in terms of providing diplomatic number plates to the employees and the senior officials of the East Africa Science and Technology Commission. I just needed what are the background to that, or the other privileges accruing to them. Honorable Speaker, I have not clearly understood the differentiated types of privileges and immunities offered in Uganda in terms of the EAC and the Republic of Uganda, in terms of issuing diplomatic number plates and identicals for the profession. Because if you are contracted staff of that institution and your contract is coming from the East Africa community of that institution, then it creates a lot of questions on issues of immunity, enjoying immunity and privileges. Honorable Speaker, when I was reading this report, I found some information that is the report is oversight activity on immunities and privileges offered to organs and institutions. But when I was reading this document, I saw page 19 about the East African institution located in, the officials from URA responded that with the installation of there's a place that I really looked at it and I saw that the committee is mixing a report and information on how the experience of the citizens of Republic of South Sudan coming to the country and the staff of the EAC organs and institutions. And it's an area that the committee needs to separate it in terms of the movements of citizens of that country. Honorable Speaker, the issue of partner states claims to pay the VAT and other taxes claim, I think it's important to attach as committee members as part of the report how much each organ and institution and their staff has not been paid in terms of VAT and other tax claim, because it really makes the report more powerful and more compelling, and to understand how much that money, and for members to appreciate how much money or how much is the VAT that is not yet paid by partner state. Honorable Speaker, when I saw in general observation 2.502, it says many partner states accorded one duty-free card to staff working in the organ and institutional community. However, there is need to provide for 2 cards, one for the staff and another for the spouse. I don't know this recommendation, is it from the staff or is the committee which felt that they are recommending? Because even our spouses don't have cards and we are recommending such things to other members, because we thought that some privileges should be across the board. Honorable Speaker, on a light note, the report says many partners, and I think it's good to single out the partners, who they are, which partner states, because when you say many partners, it really doesn't give more detailed information, and it lumps partner states that are progressive and partner states that are lagging behind in terms of paying the VAT and honoring the privileges, immunities and privileges for all organ staff and members. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I want to congratulate the committee for the good work.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim. Honorable Kimbisa. And I think CTC, when you are considering your response, maybe you also need to explain why don't we have a standard headquarters agreement? One that EAC can always propose to a partner state that is willing to host any organ or institution, instead of leaving it open-ended for any partner state to negotiate anyhow. Yes, I think you need to, if that is the case, then we need to know why do we have these disparities. And if we don't have a standard format of a host agreement, then why don't we have it? And wouldn't it help to solve most of these problems? Honorable Kimbisa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving the floor. And also, I really congratulate the committee for the job well done. Why? Because the committee has been able to unearth a lot of issues, which I would call some of them are the heart of the EAC. Once solved, I think the EAC would move comfortably and smoothly. Honorable Speaker, these teething problems has been there for quite some time. And I don't see any window or hope for them being solved. Year in, year out, they are there. Now, I kept on asking myself, where is the problem? Because what we hear from the partner states, those are the symptomatic conditions, symptomatic problems. Now, I was busy looking for the underlying causes, why these problems are not being solved. And honestly, I don't like to blame any of the partner states at all. I heard some people saying maybe this partner state, maybe that partner state. It's not true. Where is the problem? To me, the problem lies with the Council of Ministers, one, and two, with the Office of the Secretary General. These two institutions are the ones are supposed to solve these issues amicably. Unfortunately, when it comes to deny the allowances of the MPs, the Council of Ministers are quick to come and quick to deny. But when it comes to the situations which are very serious like these are the fundamental issues of the community. Either they are not there, either they don't come, or if they come, they are not interested. If they are interested, they don't understand. So the things are left there, as I said, year in, year out, without being solved, and they're being piled. And I can see, because to me, these things would have been synchronized easily and see why one partner state is not, following the situation as it is either in the treaty or in the protocols. If they sit down and really go one step after the other, including the implementers who are the Office of the Secretary General, I think this problem will not come. So the problem, when I was analyzing, I found that it lies with the Council of Ministers. Let us not blame the partner states, because partner states, once they engage, they will solve these issues. And more so, the United Republic of Tanzania, which has a fair share because it houses the headquarters of the EAC. Because once we are there, they told us, we've been writing themselves also. They said, we are waiting letters from the Secretariat or from the Council to solve some of the issues. They are not refusing, but just because nobody is following up. So I recommend the Honorable Speaker, these two institutions, the Council of Ministers as well as the Secretariat, should do their homework and solve this teething problem. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honorable Kimbisa. Honorable Jean-Claude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak about this report. I have 2 or 3 comments I want to make on this report, but to start with, I want to talk about this issue of VAT. It looks like it is an elephant in the room, which must be handled effectively, and also we should look at the solution to it, which can resolve this matter definitely. But I remember yesterday we were also talking about it, and there were proposals about how we can resolve this issue of VAT to be recovered from partner states. when you look at the provisions of this protocol on privileges and immunities of EAC, you find that EAC organs and institutions, they are exempted from taxes, which means they shouldn't be even paying taxes and reclaim after. But if that is the procedure in the partner states, what can we do? What can partner states do in order to correct that? I hereby thank and appreciate and commend the Republic of Rwanda. When you look at the page, or when you look at page 10, they also say that Rwanda refunds VAT on time to Esteco. I want to take this time to commend the Republic of Rwanda for being exemplar in refunding VAT to the institution Rwanda is hosting. Now, yesterday we proposed some recommendations. I want that in this case also, in order to harmonize the recommendations and the resolutions that this House passes, that I want to propose to the chair, whom I even think that they have been able to produce a summarized report, but very complete, having all the details that we wanted. I want to thank him on this and also thank the honorable members of the committee. And I want to propose the following recommendations. One, this assembly urges the council to direct the Secretariat to always report partner states' arrears together with the VAT recoverable. Second, the assembly urges the Council of Ministers to direct the Secretariat to budget for VAT recoverable together as part and additional dues from responsible partner states. If a partner state is normally paying or contributing 8 million plus some dollars, they should also be adding in the budget the dues from that partner state or from all the partner states. They should be adding also the value added tax recoverable from that partner states. Example, if Kenya or Rwanda is having in arrears or VAT to be recovered according to 1 million, they should be adding that 1 million to the contribution from that the Republic of Rwanda. The annual contribution should be increased by that amount of 1 million of VAT. That is the recommendation I was proposing, and it was also the same recommendation which was adopted yesterday in the report of audited accounts. Madam Speaker, the second point I want to talk about is this issue of privileges and immunities in general. You find that the protocol itself, even though we are saying that countries should implement the provisions of this protocol, we are urging the Republic of Burundi to ratify this protocol. But however, it also needs some. It is not complete in anyhow the way I understand it, because when it says that it is also on page 3 of this report. It says that EAC institutions and organs should be accorded similar privileges and immunities as accorded to other international organizations hosted in the partner states. This, when you analyze it, it is subjecting the privileges and immunities accorded to institutions and organs of the community to the national laws, which means the way the Republic of Rwanda, I'm using the Republic of Rwanda in order to make no mistake, but if Rwanda is having different provisions according to their national laws and how they treat international organizations, if they are different from the United Republic of Rwanda, of Tanzania's laws on how they treat the international organizations, it means the treatment and the immunities and privileges accorded to EAS institutions, they will be different because of the national laws in partner states are different on the way they treat the international organizations. So therefore, I was searching on Google and also on the website of EAS to see is there any EAC law on privileges and immunities in order to standardize? It's even the same as what Right Honorable Speaker was guiding about. Is there any law in EAC which talks about privileges and immunities? And I found that there is a law actually, which is entitled the East African Community Immunities and Privileges Act 2004. When you go into this law, clause 10, allow me to use this phone because I have it on my phone. Clause 10, it gives the details of what we are even talking about here. If this law can be fully implemented, it resolves all these issues that we are talking about. But probably this law is not even known that it is there. The law is there, which gives a standardized way of treating ES organs and institutions of the community, but it is not implemented. Clause 10 of this law, EAC, EAC Immunities and Privileges Act 2004, it gives the immunities and the privileges for persons and persons in service of the community. From paragraph A to paragraph H, you will find that all these issues of countries requesting officers in service of the community to contribute to the social security fund. It is prohibited here in the provisions of this act. It is prohibited. And also they give the categories and the ranks of officers and officials of the community and the privileges they could be accorded. They differentiate executives, honorable members, and the Secretary General, the Speaker, and others, heads of organs and institutions of the community from the general staff. So therefore, I would also propose, I didn't go into details to read verbatim the provisions of this act, but everyone can also access it and read it. I would also want to propose an additional recommendation to this report, that the Assembly urges the Council of Ministers to direct partner states to enforce the implementation of EAC Immunities and Privileges Act 2004. That, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit and support this report. Thank you.
Yes, I think to add to what Honorable Claude said, the law of the community is superior to the law of partner state. If they happen to conflict. So even if there was any other domestic arrangement which is in conflict with this provision, this is the one that prevails. Yes. That is how we interpret the law of the community. Honorable Dut.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, would want to congratulate my chair for precise presentation of this report. Number two comments, although some of my colleagues have touched bases on that, is the issue of the table. And I hope my colleague Fatuma have really touched something about it, and it was an issue to do with the missing the Republic of South Sudan in this table. Republic of South Sudan came a member in 2016, and it deserved also to host one of the organs of this community. It is my appeal, and I hope members of the council who are here will take it into account so that Republic of South Sudan feel the integration. Number two is the implementation, and I'm actually helped by Jan Cloud because I was to ask if there has to be a law governing privileges and immunity at the level of the community. That one, we would want also to have the council if they can relate it to our partner state so that an harmonization and implementation of that law has to be worked out so that the institution of the community organ are facilitated to do the work. This report is very important. And if you go to page 21, there is a long list of recommendations. These lists need also the council to look into it, to implement them so that finally these issues of immunity and privileges are actually resolved. This is very important indeed. So I urge the council to implement this provision of this report. The report is comprehensively enriched with so many recommendations. So I want this. And then again, there was an attached document here, and I look at it. It was written by our speaker in the 18th of October 2021, also asking the Secretary General at least to look into this and engage our partners at state so that this issue of immunities and privileges, according to the official of the community, is also taken care of. Finally, there was an issue raised about the Republic of South Sudan and Uganda. That one, I think Honorable Chair of this committee have also touched it. Those issues are taken by the event when the two countries lifted and waived the visa for their citizens. So now we don't have any issue in that regard. Our citizens between the two countries are moving freely with no visa charges. This is what I would want to contribute, and I declare a member of this committee, and I support the report. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas. Honorable Momang.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me this opportunity to have a say on this report. First of all, I would like to declare that I am a member of this committee and would like to congratulate all the members of the committee, especially our chair, for a report very well done and very well read. Right Honorable Speaker, as we all know, oversight activities are very important in engaging with the key stakeholders to accelerate and follow up the implementation of recommendations made by various committees. And I wish that activities, oversight activities, could be multiplied. Right Honorable Speaker, in September, from the 13th to 16th, when the Committee on Rule and Privileges undertook the activity to assess the statute, privileges and immunities accorded to organs and institutions in EAC countries, Burundi was the only country that had not yet ratified the protocol on privileges and immunities but was on a very, very good stage. Right Honorable Speaker, during the activity, recommendations have been formulated and the stakeholders, especially responsible ministries, have been engaged to accelerate the process of ratification. Right Honorable Speaker, if now I take this opportunity, it's to congratulate the government of Burundi for the commitment, because today the report is presented to the House when the protocol on privileges and immunities has been ratified on 4th February 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the report and beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, let's have a short health break, maybe 10 minutes, then we come back. So I suspend for 10 minutes.
resumption of proceedings interrupted at 11:40 a.m.
Thank you. So we resume. I had exhausted the list of those who had wanted to speak. Unless there is another one. Honorable Francoise, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Wanjiku.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to speak about it. I wanted to have a clarification on the report.
A clarification?
Yes.
Hmm.
And the clarification is if you could guide the House, if we could add this debate here, since the debate is well explained, majority have already debated, and the order paper is loaded for the day.
These two, how passionately do you feel about this debate? Those two I had mentioned. You want to?
It was mainly for clarifications, areas for clarification.
So you can quickly seek those areas for, then we consider her motion. Yeah, Honorable Francoise and Honorable Ambassador Fatuma. And indeed, yes, you know, these matters are straightforward. Maybe we don't need to emphasize and overemphasize. Can just seek strong recommendations and we move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The problem I was to clarify some issues raised by Honorable Fatuma. She's not here, but let me still do it. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate this opportunity to add my voice because actually, as the chairperson of this committee highlighted very well, these committee members had to work tirelessly to make sure the report is finalized. I thank Honorable Chairperson for the work well done, and also I thank my fellow honorable members for their support to make sure we get this product. As a member of the Committee of Legal Rules and Privileges, I find important to clarify some aspects of the report. I took part to the oversight activity that happened in Rwanda, especially concerning ISTECO. And I'm glad and commend Honorable Fatuma for appreciating the role and impact of Rwanda as far as supporting to this community is concerned, especially the support to ISTECO. Actually, on page 20, there is a paragraph that pushed Honorable Fatuma to ask for clarification because Rwanda respects laws. This one reading, EAC is not considered a diplomatic mission in Rwanda, and as such, ISTECO is not accorded a diplomatic status, but it's considered as an international organization. Hence, it does not enjoy with the immunities and the privileges of diplomatic missions and so on. Here, the clarification bringing in is that really EAC is considered as a diplomatic mission because EAC is a region, and given that we are here, members of parliament, we are working for EAC, and you have this diplomatic status. So I think this has been an error to mention that EAC is not considered a diplomatic mission. As far as ISTECO is concerned, I go immediately to headquarters agreements, page 7, pursuant to Article 138, sub-Article 2 of the treaty. On 25th February 2014, the Secretary General and the Republic of Rwanda concluded a headquarters agreement for ISTECO. Mr. Speaker, this article is under the treaty, and you have 3 sub-articles of it. The first one is the community shall enjoy international legal personality. It's not regional legal personality. And secondly, the Secretary General shall conclude with the government of the partner state in whose territory the headquarters or offices of the community shall be situated, and so on. But the third one is kind of confusing these agreements. The third one is each of the partner states undertakes to accord to the community and its officers the privileges and immunities accorded to similar international organizations in its territory. Similar international organizations. So this is a confusion. Mr. Speaker, when we talk of Rwanda not guaranteeing privileges and immunity to its stakeholders, it's not true because Rwanda is complying with this Article 3 of the treaty under the agreement they had with the SG. So what I'm requesting, as you put it clear previously, Mr. Speaker, is that EAC as a region can draft with emergence a template that is harmonized so that we can have the agreements that are similar according to the protocol. And good enough, this protocol also was signed by all the 6 partner states. And then we need kind of amendment, and this was clearly put. And as far as also the staff, enjoyment, staff that are Rwandans, not enjoying also immunities and privileges as per protocol provisions. This is also the issue, and this is common. This is across the region, not only in Rwanda. Because if you read through the report clearly, this issue is recurrent in all the reports of all partner states. Then my proposal is, in addition to this standard headquarters agreement to be done by EAC to protect even the staff, the national staff, to enjoy the privileges and immunities of the region. Because a given partner state, if we're given this room to sign an agreement, the partner state will tend to protect and keep its own roles, because maybe they are more comfortable with them. But given that they have signed the protocol, I think this is the way to go, even to change all of these issues. And I took to know also that 3 staff of ISTECO, those are the acting ES, Mr. Muyambi, even the name is there, is now using a CD that is from Rwanda, called diplomatic or diplomatic corps, if we reverse, CD, corps diplomatique, Rwanda plate, and then the accountant and the procurement. So me being a member of GP, so there is a lot we are learning, information is coming, like yesterday, legal, sorry, I don't know why GP is coming. It's because I was thinking of notice yesterday, and the GP missed to be put on board. Sorry for that. And yeah, so there are information that is coming after you have made our report. So we have to take them because they are verified as being true, and then amend what we can amend, even if we are members of the given committee. Mr. Speaker, I submit, and I thank you very much for this opportunity.
So, isn't it clarified, or you had a different clarification? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want also to join my colleagues to appreciate the good work that has been done by the Legal Rules and Privileges Committee under the able leadership of its chair. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think I had a similar confusion on what Honorable Francine has raised, but Françoise, sorry. But the first confusion I have, when I look at all the 5 partners, 6 partners, no, 5 partner states, they all had meetings with stakeholders. And I imagine that's where information was generated. But when I come to the Republic of Rwanda, there is no mention of a meeting with stakeholders. So I just wanted to know where this information came from. Because if you met only one institution, I think it could be biased. So this is the first clarification I want. The second one, I wanted to make a proposal. I also wanted to ask whether I think Honorable Speaker raised it, whether EAC has got a standard document that guides the negotiation of headquarter agreements in partner states. Because if that one is not there, we shall have more problems. And then the other clarification is whether EAC is, the status of EAC is an intergovernmental, international organization, or a diplomatic mission. That one also has to be clear. Because if it's not a diplomatic mission, mentioning the word diplomatic mission is so confusing, because then we are giving it the status that it doesn't deserve. So finally, when I look at the part of Rwanda, especially on page 8, there is a lot of contradiction. On one hand, they are quoting areas where Rwanda is abiding with Vienna Convention. If you talk about Rwanda does not censor official correspondence, communication, this is in accordance with Vienna Convention. If you talk about issues of exemption from immigration restriction, where you say facilities in respect of currency or exchange are accorded to representative of foreign governments on temporary official mission, just ranked as the other diplomats. If you talk about same amenities and facilities in respect of their personnel baggages, as accorded to members of comparable ranks in diplomatic mission, all this is complied by Rwanda and is part of the Vienna Convention. Now, when you come towards the end, where you have a confusion, the list is long. The issue that should have been raised here is only to say that the Republic of Rwanda does not provide the diplomatic plate numbers. So that's an issue that could be treated in isolation, because there are so many other areas where it complies. And therefore, when you come at the end of the day and then you say that the EAC is not considered a diplomatic mission, and then you just go on to narrate the violation of Vienna Convention, I think it's not fair. Because these are official documents, we are talking about partner states, so whatever information is here has to be correct. So this is why I'm proposing, unless if the CTC can clarify, but I was proposing that we delete H, that the EAC is not considered as a diplomatic mission, because somewhere you are clearly saying it's considered as an international organization. So there is no need to highlight this, especially as some components of that is given to diplomats in terms of immunities and privileges is mentioned. So if this is deleted, I think it will help in removing the confusion that personally I have, and in my view would also be unfair to Rwanda as a partner state. So with that, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure, I believe the chair is taking note. By the way, these are things that doesn't require an opinion. They are facts. It is either regarded as this or not. And when you adduce a fact, you adduce a source. You attribute a source. So if that is how you are prepared, Chair, fine, these issues will be resolved. And if there is no clarity to that extent, then you can reconsider this kind of a recommendation. So I thought this was not going to, but it looks like there are more issues that are still coming. Honorable Muhirwa.
Some clarification.
Honorable, Honorable Muhirwa, then Honorable Karinda.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Craig, wait a moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, giving me the opportunity so that I contribute to this good report. I'm not a member of this committee, but let me first of all congratulate the members of the committee for the good job they have done.
And may I mention that the list I just mentioned is the final one. Then the CTCB ready will respond and we will conclude this subject.
As always, I'm going to be very brief because much have been said by my colleagues who spoke before me. Mine maybe is to just propose a way forward so that we make sure some weaknesses that are found here and there. So this matter in relation to privileges and immunities of ESC personnel. Yes, indeed, we have laws at regional level. We have rules and regulations at national level. And some weaknesses and challenges have been pointed out that we assist a kind of conflict between laws and whatever, whereas we should be assisting to the complementarity of these legal frameworks. And indeed, so that the works of the community be well performed, the personnel of ESC organ institutions should be indeed benefiting their privileges as was stated by the laws. But again, I want to commend the engagement of our ESC countries. There is a goodwill. There is a political will so that really our integration becomes effective. And as you know, integration is a process. That's why we have challenges, in implementing some directives, some protocols, some laws and whatever. It's a process. We cure daily, these kind of challenges. We have to keep hope and be optimistic that the future is genuine. We are on the journey. Let's hope. But again, it's up to us to always voice out so that we point out where we have seen, challenges, weaknesses, so that we cure. To end, I have heard some members blaming council, blaming secretariat. Yes, council of ministers, secretariat, those are key organs that should be helping so that indeed implementation of protocols and whatever be effective. But let me stick to the secretariat. This is the job that should be done by the secretariat because the secretariat is there to always help the council. Because the council, it's an organ which is a center whereby all recommendations from all organ institutions, they come to council. Let's put ourselves to the shoes of council. They need a NAM which should be helping them. This is the secretariat. Today, the SCG is not there, but the officers from secretariat should be sitting in the gallery so that they hear what we are recommending, so that at the end of the day, they go and report back and help the council so that we implement. At the end, what we need is to engage. Nothing can defeat the dialogue. Nothing. When we engage, we can cure issues. We are claiming our right that members should be having 2 cars. We have been given a single car, whereas the rules and laws give that privilege to members to have 2 cars. But only a single communication came that we are allowed to 1 car, whereas the rules were not amended. What we should be doing now is to engage through commission and the council and the secretariat. And we go and we engage with the officials from the Tanzanian government. When we engage, we make sure issues. So I propose that we be engaging always, because this journey of integration is a process. Let's engage. Let's engage By engaging, we will cure issues and our integration will be genuine and all people will benefit the rights and privileges. I raise my case.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Karinda, and then Honorable Marie-Claire, then CTC.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I just want to provide some more clarifications on issues raised by Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza. I want to say that I was the leader of the subcommittee who went in Rwanda, and when we wrote our report, it had also the stakeholders we met. We met the STECO for the first day, and the second day, we met officials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the International Cooperation. But when they compiled this report, I think they lost this part, and I think it should be added to show that how the exercise was conducted. On the other issue, on privileges and immunities, the Republic of Rwanda considers and treats the East African community as an international organization and applies and implements the EAC privileges and immunities applicable to international organizations. I think this statement is sufficient. What follows there was due to the issue of number plates, and it has been resolved. And I propose that from the parts H, I, G, and K be expunged from the report, because that was a little bit confusing. It was due to the issue of number plate of the vehicle left by the outgoing ES who had an ESC number plate, and the number plate was returned to ESC, and then the STECO was negotiating to get a new number plate by that time, but the issue has been resolved since I submit.
So it has been overtaken by events, just like the issue of ratification by the Republic of Burundi also. So those issues that have been overtaken by events, we leave them out. Honorable Marie-Claire.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I start by thanking the chair of the committee and the entire committee for the report well done. Mr. Speaker, I stand by speaking about the page 14 of the report, where they say on the Republic of Uganda, this activity was attended by all institutions hosted by the Republic of Uganda, except the East African Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, it is high time we know whether the East African Development Bank is committee-owned or not. I must remember here, Mr. Speaker, that even during our audit, or scrutinizing the audit report, we had no information about the East African Development Bank. I want the council to clarify the status of the East African Development Bank once and for all. I thank you, and I submit, and I support
Thank you very much.
The report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Remember to switch off your microphone. So, Honorable CTC, I think before the council chair comes in, you can help with some clarifications.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. If I start with the EDB, Article 9 reads that it is deemed to be an institution of the East African community. That may not be good enough. You remember, Right Honorable Speaker, that none other than the summit gave direction that the EADB should be streamlined into the community. And that direction of the summit was largely implemented. The Secretariat Council on Finance met, and there's a report that came to the attention of the council. So streamlining EADB is work that is going on. Of course, we have to appreciate some challenges that after the collapse of the East African Community in 1977, the East African Development Bank survived. It has its own charter, and in the process of surviving, it was able to take on other shareholders. So there are a number of issues that need to be sorted out. And we also appreciate that not all EAC partner states are shareholders in the East African Development Bank. Those are issues that are being sorted out. But as far as the treaty is concerned, the ADB is deemed to be an institution of the community. And we have seen that on many occasions when you're having ordinary meetings of the council, the ADB comes and actually presents reports about its activities to the council. And that is something that we all find in the reports of the council. Right Honorable Speaker, the second issue of immunities and privileges, the variances have persisted for quite some time. And if I may clarify, the council has been aware of this matter, and this is why partner states decided to come up with a protocol on immunities and privileges way back in 2015. Yes, it has taken some time to have that protocol ratified, but as has been pointed out, the Republic of Burundi has ratified, and I think in due course we'll have the instruments of ratification deposited so that that protocol can come into force. Now, the treaty as it is under Article 138 required that the Secretary General should conclude agreements with partner states where EAC institutions and offices are hosted to clarify on privileges and immunities. In the past, and you'll notice, Right Honorable Speaker, that many of the headquarters agreements are actually similar because we have been informed by what we have in the East African Community Immunities and Privileges Act of 2004. But we also appreciate that because these were discussions between the Secretary General and individual governments, the variances had to come up. I think the message we are taking from this, and which will be brought to the attention of the Secretary General the earliest, is that one, with the coming into force of the protocol on immunities and privileges, it is important to revisit all headquarters agreements and renegotiate, because those headquarters agreements also provide room for review and amendment. I think this is an exercise that needs to be embarked upon as soon as possible. And I think what the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges has done is to identify all those gaps, which will now inform the Secretary General at the earliest opportunity to engage with all the partner states and revisit these headquarters agreements. In terms of what is an international organization, if you look at the Privileges Act, the EAC is considered an international organization accredited with diplomatic status. So we will not have a problem in marrying those two requirements. What we shall do, Right Honorable Speaker, is that with this report, I think we engage the Secretary General as soon as it returns to start the negotiations with the partner states to amend all these headquarters agreement and provide privileges that are similar. We thank you for the advice, Right Honorable Speaker, that maybe as a Secretariat, you should also develop a template that is more comprehensive and encompasses all the concerns that have crystallized today. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Council Chair.
Clarification, Mr. Speaker, clarification.
Yes, Honorable Mary.
Mr. Speaker, before the council chair comes in, I would like you to allow me to make one issue clear. First of all, I have appreciated the preciseness of this report. Very full of information, but short and not as lengthy as the reports we have been having. So I would like to suggest, Mr. Speaker, through you, that just as the chair of the Committee on Legal and Privileges has summarized this report, the report of the committee, and yet all the information has come out, could we make it a practice that all the committee reports are summarized like this, because it is easier even to follow, that members get a full report, but the report that is presented is a summary of the full report.
I can see that the clerk is discouraging it, but I think this is a more efficient way of going about these reports in the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you. I think the clerk is just advising me. The microphone is on. And of course, they would be the happiest people if these reports were not as tedious as they are, because they are the ones who drafted them. So I believe it depends on the nature of the report. Yeah. But what we can say generally is that whoever is involved in the making of the report will try to make it as user-friendly as possible. But placing a limit of how many pages and it would be difficult. But whenever you are compiling a report, try to know that the more user-friendly you make it, the more it is going to be useful to those who are going to read it, to use it. Does it help? Okay, somehow. Okay, I think that's the best way we can proceed. And we said we are going to try to find some placements for clerks to different national parliaments. I think it was a recommendation of the Commission, so that they can run other practices as well. Because we have seen some people come here to benchmark with us. So we also need to benchmark with the others. Not just on the reports, because I see sometimes Honorable Nuru tells me, even the way the order paper is done, it is different from Parliament of Kenya, and maybe different from Parliament of Tanzania. So it's just continue learning from each other. The Honorable Minister, please. Honorable Fatuma, I know you can always insist when you are.
Well, Speaker, I am not intending to oppose your instructions, but I wanted the CCC to help so us to clarify the status of EAC in partner state in terms of, is it, because if you look at the report, it's one country said to be not considering EAC as a diplomatic missions in the organs and institutions. In terms of having a shared understanding in this House, can the CTC clarify what is the status of EAC in each partner state as per law? Thank you, Chair.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
The CTC, can you make that clarification maybe? I remember you said something like you quoted a provision.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. Under the East African Communities and Privileges Act, an international organization is defined to mean an international organization accredited with diplomatic status in any of the partner states. And this is also emphasized again in Article 138. It is an international, an intergovernmental organization with diplomatic.
So that is the legal position. But the status in the partner states could be different. Switch off. So what she's wanted to know, which I am sure you are not prepared for, is to tell what is the status in each partner state. So it is an exercise you can do with SG as you embark on correcting this situation. Because otherwise, I am not sure you would be in a position to tell us the status in the 6 partner states. Yes. Yes, Honorable Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information that provided to this August House is that the remaining 5 partner states were considering EAC as a diplomatic mission.
What do you mean by the remaining?
The remaining because the statement we requested to be deleted. Because of the statement that was in the report, whereby Honorable Ambassador Fatuma and myself and other members request to be deleted, was confusing because it was saying EAC was not considered as a diplomatic mission.
Let me help you to put it in the best way that the committee chair can consider. Committee chair, you make a choice. Either you tell the status in every partner state, or you stay that exercise until you are ready. Right? In your report. Isn't it the best? It's fair enough. It's fair enough. Okay. Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want
first of all, to thank you for giving me the floor. And I would like to commend the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges for producing this comprehensive report on oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to say that I support this report because the content of the report makes sense. And considering the views and the recommendations of MPs who took the floor, I think all the views converged. In fact, we have, all of us, identified that the way in respective countries we deal with immunity and the privileges, we can see that there are gaps. We can see that there are discrepancies. So I think I will not say a lot of things, because what remains is to address these gaps and then come to the recommendation you have given, Right Honorable Speaker, that we should harmonize, that we should have a standard format in host countries so that we have a common agreement in all our EAC countries. So I think the Council of Ministers, we are going to help this be realized, especially, as you know, we work closely with the Secretariat. We will work with the Secretariat to make sure that this recommendation and this very important recommendation is implemented. I submit, Honorable Right Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and all the members who spoke and supported this report. Indeed, all the members here supported the report in letter and spirit. Right Honorable Speaker, when we undertook this activity, we did it in our partner states, where members that come from that particular partner states stays within the partner states and engage. That is the mode operandi that we used for conducting this activity. With the exception of the Republic of South Sudan, where the three members were divided to three countries. I think one was in Uganda, another one was in Dodoma, and myself went to the Republic of Kenya. So what is contained in this report is what various members brought to the committee. And we sat for more than 3 times consolidating the same. And we asked each person who was the chair or the sub-chair of the committee at that very time to present what they have done, how they have interacted with the stakeholders, and how it was conducted. Indeed, the members confirmed to what was in the report. We did not bring anything from somewhere. Maybe somebody from somewhere brought something from somewhere and included it in the report. And I want to confirm that if there is an omission that, for instance, we have done with the stakeholders from Rwanda, then I request that it is included into the report to reflect the stakeholders that were involved. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, we considered legal instruments, and part of it is a headquarters agreement that spells some of those issues that we are talking about here. It is included within the headquarters agreement. So in that, we are also confirming that some of those things are from those legal instruments that we interacted with, that the committee used. So we also did not import something out of the blue. But if there's contentious issues to do with the diplomatic status of EAC in some of EAC institutions in some of this country, I want to state this, that until we get the proof, we will try to expunge this in our report, but we have to make sure that we are correct in what we are doing, and we must confirm that the information we have here provided is either correct or not correct. So I will stay it for a while until this is done, and the committee will report this to the House. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there are many issues that were raised by the honorable members. I may not go through them one by one. The types of contracts are normally provided for by the human resource policy of the EAC. So those are the things that we got them from the instruments that also we interacted with them. Issues to do with the diplomatic status of the issuing of ID cards in the Republic of Uganda. The Republic of Uganda issues ID cards for staff that are diplomats, those that that comes from Uganda, to making sure that they move around, again, according those status that are needed, to ensure that either you get a diplomatic ID card or an international ID card that allows you to either stay, in many cases they call it permits, or conduct your activities as far as your work is concerned in a friendly way. So it's not a very big kind of issue that is affecting, but it's a request that the institutions were giving in Uganda. So we are taking the requests of the staff. The issues that that happens, it was overtaken by event. You know, the institutions in Uganda do invite stakeholders by then from South Sudan to come and maybe have a meeting, a workshop, a conference. But when they enter, they are charged a visa fee. Similarly, when Ugandans go to South Sudan, by that time, for work of EAC, they are also charged visa fee. So that is what we are saying, that EAC does not have refund for its partner states in terms of visas, because the protocol, or the common market protocol, entails that there is free movement of persons within the community. But when this has already been taken by event, all the 6 partner states are now moving freely. In fact, with the exception of the Republic of South Sudan, that still charges Burundi and Rwanda in terms of visa fee. So these are issues that we shall continue to spell them out to allow our partner states remove these NTBs that hinder the integration agenda. So that is basically what I can say about that. Right Honorable Speaker, in the issues of VAT claims, you know, the contradictions are very much. For instance, I was in Kenya personally. The Kenya Revenue Authority is telling us that there is a period under which you can claim your VAT, and it's 6 months. Some of the institutions go to reclaim them even after 3 years. So who is mistaken? Is it Kenya Revenue Authority or the institution itself? These are the questions that we need to ask ourselves and interrogate. And they said, even in order for you, you better seek tax exemption first before you procure any service and goods, so that you don't go to claim for VAT. In fact, the institution go into contract, they go into purchasing item and later on bringing in the issue of claims of VAT. But this will have been avoided if you seek tax exemption at the beginning. Again, there are issues to do with individuals that the institution contracts to offer services to the institutions themselves. They have to tax that individual because he does not represent the institution. He is not exempted from tax, but the institution is exempted from tax. But our institution go to claim VAT from persons that they hired for their services to offer to the institution. So again, that is another situation. Who is a problem? The institution or our national authorities? So apportioning blames should also be across board. It's either the partner state themselves or our own organs and institutions that seek services of other individuals contracted to do work for the community. So that is what we got. I personally got from the Republic of Kenya, and they told us very clearly, advising especially Lake Victoria Commission to undertake what advice they have given. Equally, the issue of diplomatic passports, etc. They said it requires amendment of the national laws, because the national laws tells the category of persons that requires diplomatic passports and those that will require. Of course, the issue was that, for instance, you are in P1, the executive director is in P5. When they go to the airline, the airports to check in, this other one who is in P1 is given free pass going through the red channel, while the executive director, who is big and is a national of that partner state, is treated with the other ordinary passengers. That's why the issue of having an ESC to come up with a document that gives status equally to its employees came in, so that there is no segregation when it comes to people accessing services, special at the airport, or in an event, for instance, that there is a crisis in country A, and that these individuals of different status are there. The other one has diplomatic passport, the other one has no diplomatic passport, and yet they are supposed to be evacuated. When it comes to that scenario, the persons that have got diplomatic passports shall easily be evacuated than this one that do not have, yet they are members of the community. So there's that issue to harmonize this regulation. And that is what the committee is suggesting also again here, that the council could think of coming with a document, which we call it laissez-passer, isn't it? Yeah, so please, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you so
these
much.
French words, they can make me eat my tongue. Thank you. But of course, I'm willing to learn French, as it's one of the official language that has been accepted to the community. So I'm happy to learn it. Yes. And thank you, Honorable Jean Claude. I take your recommendations, and indeed, even I have never put in my mind that there is an act called the ESC Privileges and Immunity Act. In fact, I have never seen it. You have given me very important information, and I will definitely dig into it. And you see, this is how rich the members of this house are. They give us information at all time. I thank you so much, and I take into your recommendations. Many of the issues as just general, and I want to thank the following members. One, Honorable Pamela, Honorable Engineer Pamela, then Honorable Victor, Honorable Fatuma Ibrahim, Honorable Kimbisa, Honorable Jean Claude, Honorable Thomas Good, Honorable Momamo, Honorable Wanjiku, Honorable Umukiza, Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Muhirwa, Honorable Kalinda, Honorable Princess Marie Claire, the CTC, including the Honorable Chair Council, the Acting Chair Council. Thank you so much, and you, the Speaker, for persevering all this time with us as we debate this report. And the members, we thank you so much also for attending. It's our pleasure that we will continuously improve on what we are doing as a committee and continuously have an oversight activity that we may request the Speaker, including the Commission, to make sure that somebody said at least multiply it by 2, because it brings the real issues that happen on ground and gives a reach of experiences in this house. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kennedy. Honorable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against nay, say nay.
As amended.
Let me put it again. The question is the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity to assess the status, privileges, and immunities of the organs and institutions of the community as amended be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. I also want to thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Speaker.
I want to thank you, Chair, and the committee members. Indeed, this was very well done. So there are so many ways, several ways I think we can resolve these issues. One is what the minister has proposed and what we have also recommended. But also there is one route that we normally don't utilize. And this is where the CTC can be more active to seek court advisories. You know, where there is issues of interpreting things differently. The court is there to interpret for us. Yes. You tell them how should partner states approach this issue collectively. Then when there is an opinion of the court, you communicate it to the partner states. Because when Honorable Kennedy says, some people are proposing that the law in the partner state be amended, maybe because they don't know there is the law of the community that is superior to them. Or even when they know it is there, they think there has to be some domestication sort of. So I think the CTC can be helpful in this. And I have noted areas that really carry a lot of unfairness. Like if someone is denied certain privileges because he's or she's a national of that particular state, but when they are competing for these positions, they are not treated differently. Yes, you compete through the same process, but when you get it, you get disadvantages because you are from that particular partner. It's not, it doesn't make sense. It's not fair at all. So we need to correct these issues. It is time, it is lunchtime. Honorable No.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just stood on an issue of procedure that in future, I think it is good when a motion is brought and a member proposes an amendment, he puts it in writing to the speaker and to the clerk, and then that amendment is debated and adopted so that it can be inclusive in the report. But in the absence of the House adopting that amendment, I think it will be very difficult maybe for the committee just to go and make those amendments. Those are procedures that is followed normally, that amendments are subjected to the House debate, resolved and adopted so that it can be part of the report. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, sorry to say, but the way the CTC and the way the report, the committee reported, there's no harmonized kind of agreement between the headquarters and the member states. I think that issue of the locals being treated differently arises out of the way the headquarters has negotiated and agreed with the partner state. So could we have a standardized kind of negotiations or agreement so that at least every member of the staff is treated equally? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nur, for those observations. And honorable members, I now I adjourned the House until 2:30 in the afternoon. House adjourned. Is it adjournment or suspension? No. I am suspending until 2:30 in the afternoon. Yes. So the House is suspended until 2:30 in the afternoon.
Resumption of business.
Good afternoon, honorable members. We are back in session. We are resuming.
We proceed to still on item 2 on order paper. Resumption of business. Roman 2.
Good afternoon, honorable members. We are back in session. We are resuming.
We proceed to still on item 2 on order paper. Resumption of business. Roman 2.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Okay, I think
There is
we're back
some
in
echo
session.
coming.
We are resuming. If the IT booth can fix that. Is it okay now? Okay.
Proceed to
Honorable Chair, Committee
still on item
on
2 on order
Trade and
paper.
Investment.
Mr. Speaker, may I seek your permission to move the motion standing in my name in today's order, namely report of the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment on the progress made in integrating the administration of custom of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Customs Union held on the 13th, 16th September 2021. I beg to report.
Seconders. Honorable Dr. Wijema, Honorable Musamali, Honorable Dr. Oburu, Honorable Aden, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Claude, and all members standing. Honorable Chris, Chair, CTI, you can now proceed and present the report, and you can use the podium if you wish. You want to be there? You can also use this podium. If you switch off that microphone, and
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before we proceed this report, if you look at the introduction, it's common knowledge and
procedure, Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
who is raising the point of procedure?
It's me right now.
Honorable Kim.
Okay, so I've been correct by Honorable Andy too, because the report I have, I did not see the signature from the members of the committee.
You didn't see what?
The signatures from the committee members.
Signatures.
But I've been correct by Honorable Andy said. what
So
you
it is corrected.
Yes.
Now you have
It's
no
okay.
problem.
It's okay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And if you look, introduction is a common knowledge, and point number 2 is the list of membership of the committee. Then let's go straight to point number 3, the objective of this of the activity. The objectives were to 1A, assess the level of progress made in integrating the administration of customs.
But there is still a problem. Why is the report not signed? The copy I have is not
signed.
Well, then I'm given a wrong copy. The signature page is inside?
It's a
Okay.
back.
Thank you. I have also seen it, but the arrangement is not the one okay, that's fine. Sorry about that.
Procedure.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think for the interest of the Hansard, I beg for the chairperson of the committee to read everything. Because saying a common knowledge, the Hansard doesn't know what the common knowledge is
So
about.
what has he skipped?
The introduction was skipped even.
Well, the introduction, I can just read it on your own benefit.
No, Honorable Chris.
Yes.
Introduction is part of the report.
Okay.
Just like methodology is part of the report.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you, Honorable Francois, for your guidance on this matter. So starting point 1, introduction. The Assembly largely exercises the oversight function through its committees. Currently, the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment is one of the 6 standing committees of the Assembly with specific functions as follows. Roman 1, the main functions of this committee are broadly to receive report on the status of implementation of the provision of the treaty falling within their mandate, complaint of non-compliance in facilitating the achievement of the objectives, goals of the treaty. Oversight of work and activities of sectoral committees of the ESC and organs charged with implementation of provisions in this realm. Roman 2, the broad functions in one above shall hinge on the following provision of the treaty, but not limited to them. These are A, Chapter 11, Cooperation in Trade, Liberalization and Development. B, Chapter 12, Cooperation in Investment and Industrial Development. C, Chapter 13, Cooperation in Standardization, Quality Assurance, Metrology and Testing. D, Chapter 14, Monetary and Financial Cooperation. E, Chapter 15, Cooperation in Infrastructure and Services. F, Chapter 25, the Private Sector and the Civil Society. G, Chapter 26, Relations with other regional and international organizations and development partners. In the exercise of its oversight mandate, the Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment held meetings and interacted with stakeholders in Juba, South Sudan from the 13th to 16th September 2021 to assess progress made in integrating the administrations of customs of the Republic of South Sudan into the ESC Customs Union. 22, membership of the committee. 1, Honorable Christopher Nduwayo, myself, chairperson. 2, Honorable Leontina Nzeyimana, member. 3, Honorable Paul Musamari Mwasa, member. 4, Honorable Dr. Pierre Celestin Rwigema, member. 5, Honorable Happiness Elias Rugiko, member. 6, Honorable Engineer Mohamed Abib Mnya, member. 7, Honorable Alfred Ahingejeje, member. 8, Honorable Engineer Pamela Simon Massey, member. 9, Honorable Abdulkadir Omar Aden. 10, Honorable Guy Deng, member. 11, Honorable Barimuyabo Jean-Claude, member. 12, Honorable Gideon Gatpan Trot, member. 13, Honorable Dr. Anna Ito Leonardo, member. 14, Honorable Nur Aden Mohammed, member. 15, Honorable Gasinzirwa Oda, member. 16, Honorable Mary Mugenyi, member. 17, George Stephen Odongo, member. 18, Honorable Dr. Oburu Oginga, member. 3, objectives of the activity. The objectives were 2. A, assess the level of progress made in integrating the administration of customs of the Republic of South Sudan into ESC Customs Union. B, get update on the level of implementation of the Council directives on fast-tracking the integration of the Republic of South Sudan. C, review the benefit, achievement, challenges, and opportunities in the progress made by the Republic of South Sudan in integrating within the ESC. And D, acquire all the requisite information to enable the Assembly make appropriate recommendation aimed at streamlining and fast-tracking the integration of South Sudan into the ESC. 24, methodology. To carry out oversight activity, the following method was adopted. A, examine literature on the custom union integration initiatives provided by the instrument. B, the committee interacted with the stakeholders from the following institutions and bodies. Roman 1, ministry or department responsible for ESC affairs, trade and industry, and the justice and the constitutional affairs. Roman 2, members of revitalize Transitional National Legislative Assembly. 4, South Sudan National Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture. That's 4. 5, South Sudan East Africa Civil Society Forum. 6, Chamber of Women Entrepreneurs. And 7, South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs Association, SSWAEA. Point number 5, background information. 5.1, admission of the Republic of South Sudan. The Republic of South Sudan was admitted as full member of the East Africa Community, EAC, on 1st of October 2016, and therefore become the 6th partner state of the community. The accession to full membership followed the signing of the accession treaty between the Republic of South Sudan and the East Africa Community on the 15th April 2016, and the ratification of the accession treaty thereafter. South Sudanese accession was seen to open a new market for the partner state and create economic opportunities. Article 2, Sub-Article 4 of the accession treaty provided the Republic of South Sudan shall, within a period of 12 months from the date of signing the treaty, secure the enactment and effective implementation of such legislation as necessary to give effect to the treaty. Notwithstanding this provision, the Republic of South Sudan requested a grace period of 3 years to rid itself before it becomes a fully functional as member partner state through adoption of and implementation of EAC instrument. The grace period came to an end in October 2019, whereas there was indication that the Republic of South Sudan would be seeking an extension of the grace period. To date, no formal communication of such request has been transmitted to the EAC Secretariat. 5.2, Customs Union. The Customs Union is the first regional integration milestone and a critical foundation of the East Africa Community, which has been in force since 2005. As defined in the Article 75 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East Africa Community, the EAC partner states agreed to establish free trade or zero duty imposed on goods and services among themselves, and they agreed on a common external tariff, CET, whereby import from countries outside the EAC zone are subjected to the same tariff when sold to any EAC partner state. Goods moving freely within the EAC must comply with the EAC rules of origin and within certain provision of the protocol for the establishment of the East Africa Community Customs Union. The objective of EAC Customs Union are: 1, to further liberalize intra-regional trade in goods of the basis of mutual beneficial trade arrangement among the partner states. 2, to promote efficiency in production within the community. 3, to enhance domestic, cross-border and foreign investment in the community. And 4, to promote economic development and the diversification and industrialization in the community. The cooperation will apply to any activity undertaken by EAC partner state in the field of customs management and include the following: 1, custom administration, matters concerning trade liberalization. 3, related aspects include the simplification and the harmonization of trade documentation, customs regulation, and the procedures. 4, trade remedies. 5, national and the joint institution arrangement. 6, training facilities and a program on customs and trade. 6, production and exchange of customs and trade statistics and information. And 8, the promotion of export. 5.3, main instrument for implementation the Customs Union. The instrument provided by the East Africa Community to implement the Customs Union are as follows: A, Treaty for Establishment of the East Africa Community. B, Protocol on the Establishment of East Africa Community Customs Union. C, the East Africa Customs Management Act. And D, the East Africa Community Customs Union Regulations. 6.6 fundings. While undertaking this oversight activity, the community made the following findings. 6.1, decision and directives. The committee, while undertaking the activity, took note of the decision and the directives undertaken by the council and the summit in regard to the integration of the Republic of South Sudan into the East Africa community as follows. Roman 1, on 4th April 2017, ESC/CM 35 decision 09, the council urged the Republic of South Sudan to mobilize the required resources for some of its priority and the critical project and the program on the integration roadmap. Roman 2, on 20th February 2018, ESC/CM 36/Directive 27, the council directed the Secretariat to develop a rationalized activity plan to enable the Republic of South Sudan be integrated into ESC, starting with the ESC Customs Union and the summit. To the 35th extraordinary meeting of the council for considerations. In line with that, the ESC Secretariat developed a capacity building program which commenced in December 2018 and was finalized in June 2019. Out of the capacity building program, a total of 160 officials and a member of the private sector were trained and sensitized. The program was aimed to enhance the progress of mainstream Republic of South Sudan into the community. Roman 3, on 5th August 2018, ESC/CM 37/Directive 26, the council directed the Secretariat to prioritize the activity to fast-track the integration of the Republic of South Sudan into the ESC budget of the financial year 2018-2019. The sector Roman 4, the Sectoral Council on Trade, Industry, Finance, and Investment in May 2019, ESC/CSTIFI 36/Directive 20, directed the Secretariat to support the Republic of South Sudan to develop institutional policies and the procedures. Roman 5, on 11th June 2021, ESC/CSMA ESC P31/Directives 06, the Sectoral Council directed the Republic of South Sudan to expedite the domestication of the ESC Common Market and the Customs Union Protocol. Roman 6, on 27th February 2021, ESC/CHS SHS 21/Directive 4, the summit considered a report on the roadmap for the accelerated integration of the Republic of South Sudan into the ESC and directed the council to conclude the process. 6.2, committee meeting with stakeholders, both state actors and the non-state actors on integration and administration of customs on the Republic of South Sudan into ESC Customs Union. During the activity, the committee interacted with the state actors and non-state actors, and the following was noted as to the progress undertaken by the Republic of South Sudan in integration of customs administration into the ESC Customs Union. Roman 1, the committee was informed by Mr. James Morris Sokiri from the National Revenue Authority that the Customs Division is establishment within the National Revenue Authority in the Republic of South Sudan, whose mandate is instituted under the National Revenue Authority Act 2016. This was done in order to align the South Sudan Customs Department to the National Revenue Authority, since it was misplaced under the Ministry of Interior. This is in line with establishment of institution that can operationalize the instrument for implementation to the Customs Union. In regard to capacity building in the area of customs and the trade, in regard to the capacity building in the area of customs and the trade, the committee was informed that the Republic of South Sudan, in conjunction with development partners, JICA and the TIMEA, were able to train over 200 customs officers and 300 custom agents in application of harmonized system codes. Harmonizing system code and the trade statistic, as well as 20 customs officers were trained as TOT, trainer of trainers, and HS code, and 10 were for trade statistics and the filing of single administrative document. These trainings have been conducted in isolation with the ESC Secretariat, which has led to the disconnection between the Republic of South Sudan and the ESC. The training were done in Juba International Airport, Nimule, Gulu, and Kampala. However, the exit of TIMEA from the Republic of South Sudan saw some of the trainings stopped. The committee was further informed on the collaborative arrangement between the Uganda Revenue Authority and the South Sudan National Revenue Authority in terms of training program conducted on the application of the rules of origin. The training were conducted in Kampala, Uganda, at the Uganda Revenue Authority. The committee was further informed that the Republic of South Sudan has a staff deployed at the port of Mombasa. This is in line with the implementation of the Single Customer Territory, SCT. However, to note is that there are no staff deployed at the port of Dar es Salaam. The committee was further informed that the Republic of South Sudan had requested for a grace period of 3 years to commence the implementation of the ESC protocol and particularly the ESC Customs Union. However, this period ended in October 2019. 2, the committee was informed by the Director of Trade and the Industry that the single administrative document, which is also known as the Declaration Form C-17, is used by the Republic of South Sudan Customs Services. The single administrative document is standard for use to declare import, export, transit, and several other custom procedures. The C-17 is an ESC standard form that is used by traders to declare their import, export, and also include transit and several other custom procedures. The third is an important document and several other customs procedures. The third is an important document for trading at borders because it complies all key information for traders and the customs. The committee was further informed that the South Sudan's customs services has commenced the use of simplified trade regime form for goods originating in the ESC whose value is not more than USD 2,000. This is essential in the implementation of the ESC Customs Union. This system differentiates good valuation based on their origin. The committee was further informed that the Republic of South Sudan has joined the ESC One-Stop Border Post (OSBP) program infrastructure development with support from TIMEA at Nemule, and the first phase of the OSBP building is finished and awaiting connection to the internet. Once this is completed, the Nemule customs station will move to an OSBP. However, due to the exit of the World Bank, South Sudan has also affected negatively the infrastructure project of the OSBP at Nadapal. Roman 3, the private sector, namely the South Sudanese National Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, Chamber of Women Entrepreneurs, and the South Sudan Women Entrepreneurs Association informed the committee that trainings and sensitization were conducted to its members by the ESC Secretariat, JICA, and the TIMEA. Training and sensitizations are seen as mechanisms through which the private sector get capacity to understand the customs union of the ESC community. Wider capacity building was a mechanism that other partner states use to integrate their customs administration into the AAC Customs Union. The committee was further informed by South Sudan National Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture of the highlighting activity on the roadmap that the private sector have participated in the Annexure A, in Annexure 1, Roman 1, sorry. 27, challenges. The committee noted the following challenges that are hindering the progress toward integrating the administrations of custom of the Republic of South Sudan into the AAC Customs Union. Roman 1, the Republic of South Sudanese shift in priority activity which has been geared toward peace and the national building as opposed to integration initiative. Roman 2, delays and adequacy in domestication, the alignment of the EAC legal framework, international laws due to the delayed start of the revitalized transition national legislative assembly, which plays a lead role in registering the legal instrument needed to operationalize the Customs Union Protocol and other laws of the EAC. Roman 3, limited capacity. Institutional capacity constraint and the skills gaps among the staff enforcing customs operation and other laws and the regulations related to the Customs Union poses a challenge in terms of implementation. Roman 4, disparities in policy. Legal and regulatory framework in the Republic of South Sudan with EAC. 5, custom automation and the EAC electronic cargo tracking system are not in place. At the present, all documentation is paper-based and there is no equipment and customs information system in place. This state of affairs poses challenges to the operations between South Sudan and the other partner states which are already operating automated system. 6, budget limitation at EAC. Beside the budgetary allocation in the financial 2018-2019 to conduct priority capacity building activity from December 2018 to June 2019, subsequently, no budget has been provided for the integration of South Sudan into EAC. 7, there is none or limited information on resources mobilization and implementation of integration activities by the Republic of South Sudan herself. 8, lack of coordination between the EAC and the Republic of South Sudan on activities undertaken by donors in conducting capacity building activity aimed at supporting South Sudan into the EAC. Therefore, such activities are not mainstreamed with the EAC implementation framework. 9, Roman 9, the judicial system of the Republic of South Sudan is based on the Arabic system, which makes it challenging for the Minister of Justice and the Constitutional Affairs to incorporate the laws and the regulations of the East Africa community. 10, the South Sudan Customs Services is still under the Ministry of Interior, on which by law, the mandate of the Ministry of Finance is to oversight the National Revenue Authority, who should supervise the Customs Department. 8, observation. The committee made the following observation. Roman 1, the grace period that was requested by the Republic of South Sudan to commence implementation of the EAC protocols and in particular the EAC Customs Union instrument ended in October 2019. However, the Republic of South Sudan has not formally communicated its request for an extension or the grace period. Roman 2, while the EAC Secretariat undertook a capacity building and the institutional development program for the Republic of South Sudan, this was impeded by budgetary limitation and time constraint. The program only ended with the budgetary allocation of financial 2018 and 2019. Roman 3, in light of the ratification process of the EAC legal and the regulation framework in the Republic of South Sudan, it is apparent that all the EAC legal and the regulation framework have not been processed by the National Assembly in order to be domesticated. The delay process of ratification has been instigated by the start of revitalized Transition National Legislative Assembly. Roman 4, the committee observed that due to limited ICT infrastructure, there is no computerized and automation of custom procedures. At present, all documents are paper-based. There is no equipment and a customs information system in place. Roman 5, the committee observed that the South Sudan Customs Services is department under the Ministry of Interior, which is contrary to the law. As per the law, the Ministry of Finance is mandated to oversee the National Revenue Authority, of which the Customs Department is part. Roman 6, the committee observed that the Republic of South Sudan has not prioritized its effort fully on mainstreaming into the ELC Customs Union, since all the efforts are concentrated towards securing peace and the national building in the country. 7, the committee observed the difference in tariff structures. The Republic of South Sudan HS code are structured as at 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%, and 20%, while that of the ESC is 0%, 10%, 25%, and 35%, and 200% for sensitive items. 8, the committee observed with concern the exit of a trademark East Africa and the World Bank that has created a vacuum in terms of trainings and the capacity building in the area of trade and application of the ESC Customs Union, which was provided to the private sector, largely the women and the members of the South Sudanese National Chamber of Commerce, in Industry and Agriculture by TIMEA, and the World Bank project, which was to upgrade the Nadepar Juba Road, including the construction of the OSBP at Nadepar border point being stopped. Roman 9, the committee observed that the capacity building program that was undertaken by the ESC Secretariat from December 2018 to June 2019 drew only 160 officials, both government and the private sector. The time allocated for the training and the sensitization was limited, with some sessions going for 3 to 5 days only. Roman 10, the committee observed with concern the delay feedback to the Republic of South Sudan and its citizens on the assessment that was conducted by the ESC Secretariat in regard to the implementation of roadmap of integrating the Republic of South Sudan into the ESC, as specifically the Customs Union. Roman 11, the committee noted the pleasure, the waive of visa fees for the citizen by the Republic of South Sudan for Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. But to note is that the citizens from the Republic of Burundi and Rwanda are still required to pay for the visa fees, while the South Sudanese don't pay visa fees to the partner state. This is an obligation in the Common Market Protocol. However, it complements the Customs Union in a way that traders can move without incurring the cost of paying the visa fees. This in turn leads to the reduced cost of doing business. 29, recommendation. The committee recommends the following to the Assembly. Roman 1, urge the Republic of South Sudan to expedite the harmonization, ratification, and the domestication of the legal and the regulatory framework, in particular the laws and the regulations related to the operationalization of the Customs Union. This will help the effective implementation of the instruments that operationalize the Customs Union. Roman 2, urge the Council of Ministers to direct the ESC Secretariat, in collaboration with the Republic of South Sudan, plan for the second phase of capacity building program, which should cover other key ministry departments and the private sector. Number 3, urge the Republic of urge the Republic of South Sudan to allocate funds for the implementation of the integration process. Roman 4, urge the Council of Ministers to direct the EAC Secretariat to implement the planned roadmap toward mainstreaming South Sudan into the EAC community. Roman 5, urge the Republic of South Sudan to expedite the necessary reform of incorporating the South Sudan Customs Service into the National Revenue Authority, which is currently under the Ministry of Interior. This is a key department in implementing the customs administration and subsequently the EAC Customs Union. Roman 6, urge the Council of the Minister to direct the EAC Secretariat to collaborate with the ministry responsible for EAC affairs in South Sudan to lay out a well-structured sensitization program about the EAC that will cover the Republic of South Sudan. Roman 7, urge the Council of Ministers to direct the Republic of South Sudan to reciprocity the gesture accorded by the Republic of Burundi and Rwanda and waive the visa fees charged for the citizen from those partner states. Roman 7, urge the Council of Ministers to allocate enough funds to the community budget for the activity geared toward integrating the Republic of South Sudan, particularly in the area of customs union. Roman 9, urge the Council of Ministers to direct EAC Secretariat to initiate negotiation with TIMEA and the World Bank to rescind their decision and be able to run the program that they had earmarked for the Republic of South Sudan in terms of capacity building by TIMEA and the construction of the NEPAD, OSBP, and the upgrade of the NEPAD Juba Road. Roman 10, urge the Republic of South Sudan for the design and implement long-term customs union-related strategies and institutional reform and the human resources development. Roman 11, urge the Council of Ministers to direct the EAC Secretariat to expedite the function of the Joint Implementation Committee that will be tasked to oversee and guide the integration of the Republic of South Sudan into the EAC Customs Union. Number 10, conclusion. The committee wishes to thank the ministry responsible for East Africa Community Affairs in the Republic of South Sudan for coordinating the activity. The committee looks forward to continuously follow up activity to assess the progress made by the Republic of South Sudan in the different aspects of the pillar of the integration agenda. The committee further appreciates the valuable time and information accorded to it by the key stakeholders. The committee therefore recommends that the report be adopted.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, CTI. So, honorable members, we have a situation. I wanted to have your views. The Honorable Council Chair got an emergency. That's why he's not here. And the council member from Rwanda informed me in the morning that he also was not going to be around. So these are the two council members that we have been having. Is it advisable that we debate in the absence of council?
No.
Because then who is going to respond?
Important issue.
Huh?
No.
So, yeah, because, you know, these matters must be addressed to the council, and the council must participate in the debate. You know, the recommendations are on when they have not been part of the debate is always a challenge. So we believe, first of all, that the council chair will be able to attend next plenary, and the other council members. And I understand that the Secretary General will be back by that time. Let him also be around. So if you agree, I would suggest that we go read this report and debate it in the next plenary.
Right, Honorable. Right, Honorable.
Right?
Right, Honorable.
Yes, who is that? Honorable Judge.
Right Honorable, for emphasis purposes, I would rather that we also have the council member from the Republic of South Sudan.
Yes. My office will find a way to contact him specifically. Although I said normally we issue one notice to everyone, but based on your emphasis, we will do that bilateral interaction with them. So before I adjourn, I really want to thank the council chair who has been here throughout, the acting council chair, and his support team. The PS has been here throughout. PS and his team, and we request that for the entire period before Kenya appoints a substantive council chair, it would be advisable that you attend our proceedings. So on that note, honorable members, I will adjourn the House until when in our program? Let us be sure about that. Because I have been making mistakes in my pronouncements, I don't want to make another mistake. Honorable, you're saying 24th?
It is 24th on Thursday next week.
Yes, 24th in the afternoon. Okay, so I adjourned the House until 24th this month at 2:30. House adjourned.